I'm going to call the meeting to order and appreciate your attendance and looking forward to learning from and with you today. I think at this point we're open. Do we have any announcements? Any announcements? Then I think we could entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the previous.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, then all in favor of approving the meeting notes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Okay. Do you have any announcements?
I'm so glad you're all here, and thank you to all those people who made the trip. Uh-oh. Are we live?
Okay, now I hear that.
There it is.
Welcome.
Feast or famine?
How were we?
Yeah.
That was our alarm clock. On a rainy Friday morning, we are now awake.
They've been doing unannounced fire drills here, so we'll just play along. Oh, great, and we are live.
We have a lot of discussion and action to take today, and Rex and I are going to push on you to stay focused and to come to consensus more quickly than we might have otherwise done. I think the work group has proposals to bring to you that we think reflect the discussion that we had at our last meeting and are anxious to get your perspective on it.
We need to do this.
Can you
Do you know, or do you want me to do it?
do it?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. We need to state for the record that this committee functions under the Open Meetings Act, that the agenda was posted in the Texas Register as required, and that we are webcasting. We are live right now, and Lucy has that image up on her screen. So now that we've made you aware of those things, I think the co-chairs will declare whether there's a quorum or not.
Declare this. Our former co-chair Larry is ill and is watching via the webcast, so welcome, Larry.
And also, a representative from Temple College called me yesterday to say he was hit in the face by a softball. So we send him healing thoughts, and he also said he might try to tune in and watch the webcast. So, Mark, we're thinking about you, too.
That'll teach him. We'd like to welcome McGregor and give you an opportunity to add any comments before we get started.
Really, I was just going to try and sit in as long as I could this morning so I could hear the conversation. So I appreciate all the work you all have done, and especially the subcommittee that's put together the small work group that put the recommendations together. And I'm very interested to see what the outcome is of today's meeting. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
So am I.
As we all are.
Yep.
We need to make one, or we'd like to make one change in the agenda, and that is items Roman numeral 2 and Roman numeral 3. We'd actually like your permission to consider those together so that we can actually vote on probably items A, B, and C. Hopefully we'll get through that portion of it today at least. So, but we need to formally move them, put them together on the agenda so that we can have discussion and action on those items separately and one at a time.
Great. For the sake of our guests and for the audience that we have on the webcast, and we actually have audiences because we get the emails to prove it, based on the conversations we have today, we'd like to give a brief overview of what's brought us to this point so that we're all on the same page as we move forward in the discussion.
Okay. You want me to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The discussion today, as you know, centers around the revision of the core curriculum. And this committee sort of formally started its work on that when the report on undergraduate education was released last January. In part of that report, one of the recommendations that came out of it was that the core curriculum be reviewed and then revised as needed. And then in April of '09, at that particular meeting, there was actually a sort of a work plan set up to go about reviewing and then revising the core curriculum if needed. And then the real work began in June of last year. So in some respects, it seems like a long time from June to almost June. But on the other hand, there's only been, I think this is the fourth meeting, I guess, since that June meeting. So in other respects, we've come a long, long way. And we would like to go a long, long way today as well. I think it's kind of important that this work be wrapped up before the legislative session starts. Would be nice. And that's pure politics, but then that's what the legislative session is all about, is politics. So we think it's important to try to get something, if not formally to the board and approved, but at least something to them to give them and then the legislature some real indication of where we're headed with the revision of the core curriculum.
And based upon the things that we do today and at our June meeting, just for everyone to be comfortable, there will be a formal period for comments and discussion on this outside this room. So hold the fire. Can we go ahead and get started on the PowerPoint, and we'll just dive in full force. What we're hoping to do in agenda items 2 and 3 is we want to take 30 minutes to really talk about the core curriculum objectives and definitions. So if we could review in the PowerPoint, just so that we're all on the same page, the purpose that we've already voted on for the core curriculum. Okay. The work group met yesterday, and that's where these proposals is coming from. In reaction to our discussion last time, we revisited, tried to coordinate and integrate the conversation to honor the work that we did as a wholesale committee. And so what we're bringing you today is the work group's recommendation based upon our last conversation. And what I hope won't happen is that we don't need, for the things that we came to consensus on, we don't need to revisit and rehash those arguments. We're going to focus our conversation on the areas where we were in disagreement with each other or didn't have consensus, even if we were in agreement in principle. So that's how we're going to try to move forward. Here's the purpose of the core that we've already voted on 2 meetings ago, I think. Through the core curriculum, students will gain a foundation of knowledge of human cultures and the physical and natural world, develop principles of personal and social responsibility for living in a diverse world, and advance intellectual and practical skills that are essential for all learning. So if you recall, at our last meeting, the work group presented core objectives. And I think what we're talking about, that's what we talked about ad nauseum in the last meeting, were the core objectives that in your packet are listed as draft. So the work group took the discussion, took the draft core objectives, and we're proposing 6 objectives that we think reflect the conversation. We came to agreement on 3 of those, and we want to come to agreement on the other 3 that were in question. The ones that we were in agreement on were critical thinking skills, communication skills, and teamwork. So we're going to build the conversation around what we're proposing to you as empirical reasoning, social responsibility, and personal responsibility. So when you look at the core objectives, and the next slide, I can't sit down. In the thinking skills, the critical thinking skills, the only thing that we propose changing is in the description, and we added the word innovation. For communication skills, it is the consensus that we came up with at our last meeting. The change that we're suggesting reflects the intense conversation we had about quantitative and scientific literacy. And so one of the things that we want to frame the conversation with you about is that we have the purpose of the core and we have the component areas that are where the breadth of knowledge is, the content. These are the overarching core objectives that we think the content's got to add up to meet. So I don't necessarily want you to look through these 6 objectives and try to find your discipline. These are larger than disciplinary knowledge. These are the core objectives that all the disciplinary knowledge has got to add up to, okay? So we came up with empirical reasoning to include application of scientific, mathematical, and statistical concepts as our way to bring together that conversation, to honor both the scientific needs that we want all of our graduates to have and the mathematical needs. But there's one thing that this accomplishes on our end. If you look at all the objectives, we removed any ands. I mean, the 6 objectives that we're proposing to you are clear, succinct, and focused. And as our wonderful assessment individuals in our work group keep reminding us, every time you add an and to an objective, you add further confusion and complication in evaluating it. So we wanted to remove ands altogether. Reaction to empirical reasoning.
I think it's a good compromise. I think that, and I think particularly bearing in mind that we're not looking at disciplinary areas, because we don't want to duplicate in this piece of the examination of the core the specific disciplinary areas that are already outlined in the component areas of the core. And so we don't need to reiterate those in that same way. So my expectation would be that these things that we're considering today would be cross-cutting, and that we would find them not necessarily in every single one of, although you might, every single one of the component areas. You certainly would expect to find them repeated many times across the courses delivered in the component areas, so that students then end up integrating empirical reasoning and the others as well, because they see them again and again and again in the disciplinary-based courses they encounter.
I agree. I think that, and if I could just think of some big labels, methods of inquiry, the nature of evidence, those are kinds of things that appear over and over, and they vary from discipline to discipline, but they are all critical to the evolution of discipline. So, yeah, I can think of some more specific titles that have narrower definitions as well, but maybe we'll have that discussion a little bit further along. But I think that is the right notion. The whole idea of generality versus isolation. There are a number of us that are in disciplines that do scientific work in the real world, and we're absolutely sure of its relevance, but have nagging doubts about what's going on. And there are folks of us that never leave the lab that absolutely can illustrate the causal chain, but have no idea whether it has any relevance when we open the door. Those kinds of issues cut across disciplines.
I think what was helpful for us as a work group is when we got really clear of what the purpose of the core objectives are. They're overarching, and we're going to have discipline-specific conversations today, but if we can keep in mind that these core objectives are broader than, empirical reasoning is broader than scientific specific objectives.
That might help me with my mind, because I'm not being flexible enough, I think, at this point. I'm fine with these that you haven't stated. The only one I don't see is things dealing with the performing and visual arts, the aesthetics. And although I could see how you can make it into communication, that seems to still be kind of a different component. And it may not be what we want as part of the core, but it's like I just don't see how that fits in here.
I would respond, and arts is a huge piece of what we do at North Texas. I think particularly when we added creative thinking, innovation to the thinking process, for me, the inclusion of the arts in the core is more than about appreciating them, which often is the title of the course that gets allocated that process. The contribution of the arts is a whole view of the world that helps people balance their understanding. It's broader than appreciating. And I think creative thinking, even synthesis, analysis happens within the context of the arts. It just happens in a way that's somewhat different. And because you see in these particular the objectives we're looking at right now, we want that kind of cross-cutting piece. I think there's real contributions the arts make in this set.
Well, I think that in all actuality, what we're going to propose for the component areas actually makes the arts more important as a content, and to keep in mind that these objectives are broader, and that the arts, it actually highlights the importance of the arts, that arts are more than just an artistic expression, that they develop critical thinking skills, they develop communication skills, they develop teamwork skills. So don't look at it from a disciplinary perspective, because that will come in the component area discussion. Look at it as overarching goals that I think it actually makes the arts more important. Instead of relegating them to a fine art creative element over on the side, it makes them front and center.
Russell, could I ask a question about communication? It was not my perception from the last meeting that there was agreement on visual and digital communication to be included in that component. Also, I have a draft document that was distributed that had that in parentheses as possible addition. But I didn't perceive that to be an agreement that visual and digital would go into that area.
Some of what you're seeing here is a result, Larry, of the small work group trying to process all of the discussion that happened at the last meeting and then putting together their recommendations for this group. One of the things that we discussed yesterday was whether or not to include the term technology. And that one was also discussed at the last meeting. The thought was that communication in the 21st century is not limited to written and oral communication. Written communication is a form of visual communication, and it manifests digitally. But visual communication has a broader context that I think Mike will tell us actually links to what we're learning about the way brains process information. It's very much an image-based storage system we have up here. So these are recommendations exactly for the kind of discussion that's now happening.
I understand that, but it's my recollection of the discussion that it was not the agreement of the committee that would go in that category. In fact, it's my recollection that when it was brought up and discussed, that it was dropped. So I'm just wondering why it showed up. If we were trying to build on consensus, I just wondered why it showed up in this draft.
Well, I think as a committee we need to talk about it then, because I left with the impression that it was discussed thoroughly and that we had some consensus that we needed to broaden our understanding of communication beyond written and oral.
And it could very well be that, I mean, I think the answer to your question in straightforward terms is that we may have faulty recollections.
That's why.
I mean, there's nothing underhanded going on here.
I may too.
Okay.
And no, I'm not saying there's anything underhanded. I didn't understand why it suddenly appeared, because I thought we had talked about it and decided last time that we weren't going to include it.
Well, I mean, I know we talked about it extensively at our last meeting, but I left the meeting thinking that we had discussed and come to some consensus that we had to broaden the core objective. Now, that's different than the disciplinary core component.
How about some input from other members?
Yeah. Let's hear from the rest of the...
Let's make the comment, one of our brightest new majors is our EMAC major, which is Emerging Media and Communication. And it is, at this point, much more attractive to our undergraduates than our traditional communication program, the work that we do in print journalism. It's all about Second Life and Facebook and those kinds of things that seem to our kids to be more interesting as communication tools as opposed to kind of traditional forms of communication. So, our university would certainly support the notion of including that in that objective.
Larry, do you want to give us a response to that? Like, what refresh our memory of what the arguments were against including it?
I can't give you a specific detail.
Do you have arguments against it?
I just feel that it is best to focus on the two basic communication skills at this level.
Well, and that's where I would say, remember, the component areas, the content and communication may just focus on those two skills. But what we're saying is an overarching that other disciplines need to build on, reinforce, pull in visual, digital, and writing and oral communication in the way they execute their curriculum.
I would also say that written and oral communications are the basis of all technology, even.
But that's what I'm saying.
We still grow beyond. We grow out of those.
Don't confuse the component area of communication that we have right now that we're going to keep with the core objective that's broader than the discipline.
I don't even know that I argued against it last time. My recollection was that when we left the meeting that there was not necessarily an agreement or a consensus on that. As I understood, Russell, your rundown of this was that you tried to reflect the consensus of the committee, and I didn't hear a consensus. Now, maybe my hearing is bad.
Well, you need to tell us, because when we met yesterday, this wasn't even on our radar.
Let me suggest, we can move beyond whether it happened or not because we're having the discussion now and can come to a consensus at this point. In terms of the intent of the core objectives, as I look through them, the place that this one holds in my mind is that learning is great, but if it's not shared, where does it take us? We want undergraduates who leave our programs to interact with others in the engagement of understanding and knowledge. I mean, that's what we want to come out of this. And I don't know if we need to speak of it in terms of receptive and expressive with different modes, or we need to do whatever else. But I would hate, I guess for me, what underlies this particular bullet is that a student who graduates from our programs ought to be able to receive communication well and be able to understand it and work with that and be able to express things well so that the knowledge gained in this process becomes a shared endeavor for society. That to me is the underlying frame of this, and I don't know whether the words here express that or not, but that's, for me, in the core objectives, that's what we're driving at. The discipline in relation to communication has some of the specifics that need to be dealt with by those disciplinary individuals. I think the one unfortunate piece is I can't think of a word for the core objective that doesn't overlap with the word for the discipline, so it's a little harder to keep them separate.
that was a problem we had too. Other thoughts?
Yes. Let me, again, I don't want to speak for Larry, but I also felt like that it was discussed at some length, but I didn't think it got the status of consensus. Doesn't matter if we do it today, that's fine. I just didn't feel like it got that. But the context of the debate last time was about oral communication being a stepchild to the core, and that the Hart report, Spelling report, all the things you guys have put in front of us on their wish list said we need to have better oral communication skills and better listening skills. Nowhere in the core is that reflected and guaranteed. So as a result, later when we start talking about the components, which is where you want us to go later, what we have here will determine the legitimacy of component debate. So if these two have the same status as oral communication, then when we start talking about components, they will have the same say as additions or subtractions. And so that's why, well, they do if they're equal here as well. And so as a result, I don't care what we do about it. I think they should be included. I agree with everything you said. I think this is the new technology. But if we're going to be held to 36 hours, and we're not going to challenge any of that really, then ultimately we're fighting over 6 discretionary hours to deal with these. And so in my mind, the status of these needs to be clear at this stage. So that's all I wanted to say about it.
And I agree with that, and I think it's important for us to keep in mind a couple of things about all of these. And one is that whatever we agree to, institutions are going to be expected to then teach that somehow and then assess it and evaluate it. Okay. And the other piece of it is in some manner or form, and that may come in 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 different places. And the other thing to keep in mind is that as a core curriculum in a piece of general education, we should always bear in mind that all of this focuses on what is it that we want every student, regardless of major, to walk away from when they graduate with us. And so in terms of reaching consensus on this, then is the visual and does the visual and digital then reach that bar? Robert.
In my estimation, digital communication is more of a student learning outcome. I would equate it, for instance, to the idea that you have a physics course and perhaps thermodynamics, which would be a student learning outcome, would be equivalent to having a communications course, and digital communication would be a student learning outcome. Frankly, digital communication, as I know it these days, is too faddish to be a core competency. It could be Facebook, it could be Twitter, it could be, and they're all legitimate forms of communication, but not at the level that they are a core competency. More so that they're a student learning outcome within a course that you designate for communications.
I like the way that Celia presented it as far as being able to receive and express. And so maybe instead of getting locked into the 4 things that are listed here, because in 5 years there's going to be another one like digital that we didn't know of 5 years ago, and talk about it more in those general categories here in the objectives, and then get more specific later on.
Any proposed wording on that?
Agnes?
I'm similar to what we've talked so far. But at the same time, I'm not arguing whether we should use the 2 words visual and digital, but it's not just e-communications we're talking about. If you look at engineering students doing all the CAD program, if you look at architecture students, look at all the renditions and so on, or the art students that we talk about, or the humanities, there's a lot of visual communication in there that the word visual is, to me, as important as written and oral. It's the presentation that, going back to what Celia is talking about.
Statistics.
And statistics, drawing out graphs and so on, is also digital and visual. And so what my point is, it seems like we are agreeing. It's just we're looking at, did we agree on it last time, and is it a consensus? And if we're agreeing, I think we should just go ahead and agree and move on.
We could vote on it. And I think that becomes part of the problem is when we define it in such large, sweeping terms, then it becomes everything. And then what do we expect people to do, and what do we expect people to know? And at this point, we don't know. It's everything.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's building design, it's road construction, it's everything.
But it is.
Celia, and then Juan.
I'm thinking out of this discussion, maybe what we do is written, oral, and visual. Digital is something that happens outside of us and changes according to technology changes. But we're always going to be approaching things through those modes of reception or expression. And so that one might, because it seems like we've had more disagreement around the table in relation to the term digital than the other terms in it.
Juan, and then we'll come back to Robert.
Well, actually, in some sense, I'm oppose a little bit to you what you just said, because from my perspective, nowadays when I communicate with the students, a lot of it is through electronic media. And then the communications that I begin to see are not very effective, written or orally. The language is being changed. And that is probably what I would like to see addressed, that whenever the students move more into a digital era, that they can still remember that the written word and the spoken word is very important. So, and that is a wave that we cannot change, I believe.
Robert?
Just a clarification, I wanted to say that I don't oppose the idea of visual communication. I don't agree with the idea of visual plus digital. I think those are two separate things. And again, simply, I'll reiterate, because I think digital is just, I can't think of a better word than faddish. It hasn't been that long ago that we were talking analog, you know. And in 5 years, 3 years maybe, nano? I don't know, but that's all I want to say.
Any other comments?
Well, the only comment I was going to make is it seems to me that the written, oral, and visual are the types of communication that are being undertaken. Digital, to me, is a transmission method for those three. And so it's more, it doesn't, which of these does not belong, I guess, is where I'm going with. But I don't know that necessarily means that digital communication shouldn't be in there, but if we look at it from that perspective, it's definitely a transmission method, just as you were talking about analog versus digital or whatever's next. So. Right.
The same thing. It's just that I like what Celia said, and just include those three and drop digital.
Well,
and we're good to
let
go.
me suggest something else. I've been over here playing with words, which probably is dangerous. What would you think about something along the lines of to include receptive and expressive competency using appropriate methods and media? And then in the actual component area, you have more flexibility for the musicians or the artists or the engineers, but you've still got the component area that speaks to written and oral communication specifically.
I prefer to go back to the original wording, which was to include effective written and oral communication. That's my preference.
Any other reactions to Catherine's wording?
Could you please repeat?
I'm happy to be shot down on this, by the way. It's just trying to get you all to, come to consensus. To include receptive and expressive competency using appropriate methods and media.
Well, I'm happy to make you happy, Catherine.
You go, Bill.
I think that is so vague that when you put that in the hands of somebody trying to set up a class, we could have welding meet that category at our school. I don't think we can get away from the fact that oral and written communication are essential. Now, whether we add this other component to it, to the core, is the debate.
But the component area is saying that it is. What we're trying to say is these objectives are beyond a component area.
I understand what
you're saying. And that maybe sciences need to develop some communication outcomes in their area.
Well, many of the EEOs that we presently have in the science area actually have communication component to them. So I think, yes, sciences will develop communication elements because scientists do have to communicate. I guess at this point my question would be, would it be advantageous and quicker for us to take a vote on the original wording or a revised wording?
This is what we were talking about, but I want Cynthia and then Celia.
Well, I very much like the receptive and expressive communication because that appeals to me in my mind. The other side of me says that coming from a program and accrediting bodies that ask us to verify that the gen eds were met and then to build on those gen eds, how am I or my department going to be able to say receptive and expressive meant this, and then we built on it? So I think it has to have a very clear message of what it is that the student has to attain, so we can say, yes, the student attained that in the gen eds, and yes, we built on it this way.
So I would make a motion that we say communication skills to include effective written, oral, and visual communication.
We have a motion on the floor. Second. Any discussion on that motion that we haven't already had? All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. We have new wording on communication skills. I think it might behoove us to actually take a vote for each individual objective, which is what Rex and I were just talking about. So let's just take some time and go back up to critical thinking skills. Are there any issues with the wording on the description? Judith is recommending that we replace the word literacy with information, analysis, evaluation of information rather than evaluation of literacy, which I think is a much clearer representation than what we were saying.
And probably should say evaluation and synthesis.
Yes, I was about to say that.
Just evaluation.
I would support taking it out, just so it becomes evaluation and synthesis of information.
Yes.
This just takes out
Like that.
Evaluation and synthesis of information.
Better.
Any discussion? Not just on that, but in any of the wording in this.
So moved as amended on the board there.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve critical thinking skills as a core objective with the description to include creative thinking, innovation, inquiry, analysis, evaluation, and synthesis of information. Any discussion?
That is just a technical, grammatical...
By all means.
So, it's not clear to me, but I think you need to put another "and" in there, maybe after inquiry.
Yeah.
So that it shows that the analysis, evaluation, and synthesis are all applied to the information.
No, before analysis.
Before analysis.
After inquiry.
Got it.
There we go.
That works.
Will you consider that a friendly amendment?
Yes.
And the second as well.
Second.
We'll consider it. Okay.
So we're going to vote on critical thinking skills as a core objective to read to include creative thinking, innovation, inquiry, and analysis, evaluation, and synthesis of information. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Let's go to empirical reasoning as a core objective to include scientific, mathematical, and statistical concepts. Seemed like there was some consensus on that in our discussion this morning. Does anyone want to make a motion to formalize it?
Mr. Chairman, before the motion is I'd like some clarification on that. There have been some recent discussions on a statewide basis, on a national basis, and even from the leadership of this agency, of the idea that the core course, if you will, no longer necessarily be college algebra. As a community college, that tends to be our core course for a lot of different reasons. One, most of the universities, that's the course that they will accept as the math, general, gen ed, et cetera, et cetera. So has any thought been given to this idea that we are now saying mathematics and statistical, or a statistics course, and if we're headed in a direction where perhaps the movement is to not necessarily require a college algebra in essence. We have other options in our core, but if you survey around the state, you would find that the core math course is college algebra, and now we're seemingly being led to consider a different option.
No,
and let that be a statistical.
Don't confuse empirical reasoning with the component areas. Mathematics is still a component area. Science still has a component area. I mean, we've never come to consensus as a group that we need to change the structure of our component areas. We may want to play with the hours, but these core objectives are beyond the component areas. So there hasn't been any discussion that we should drop a math or a science class.
Robert, I'd also jump in. Several years ago, we had some people visit us, including Uri Treisman. And they were concerned because it was their perception, just as you voiced, that college algebra was the only acceptable core curriculum math course. And we were horrified at that because in our coordinating board rules that had been in effect since '99, we had said basically any math course, entry-level math course at the level of college algebra or higher. And we actually went back into our rule and clarified that language to include the first college-level course in math or statistics, so that a student who wants to major in psychology or sociology could take a statistics course. There never, ever was the requirement that college algebra had to be the math course. It was that we wanted to make sure the math was at the college level. And when the advisory committee that voted on this in the late 90s surveyed math faculty around the state, they said, where does college level math start? Is it with finite math? Is it with business math? Is it with Calc 1? Is it with college algebra? And the math faculty consensus was that college algebra or any of those other entry-level math courses would be acceptable. So that's what we've tried to convey in the existing rules, and I think we've gone to great lengths to clarify that statistics is a very acceptable math course. The other thing that you all will be asked to think about later, and this is a preview of coming attractions, we've talked about this a little bit, and McGregor has actually brought this up. We hope that once we have the rough draft of the core curriculum settled in general, that there will be a way for either staff or this committee to develop some recommended core curricula with courses. If you want to be an engineer, you should come to college ready to take Calculus 1, so that Calculus 1 can be your core curriculum math course, and you don't have to ramp up to it. If you want to major in social and behavioral science of some kind, you should consider a statistics course rather than calculus, because it's more likely that you'll need that. And I think developing these tracks that would be recommended would probably really go a long way to helping clarify this, not just for students, but for academic advisors, faculty, and administrators. Mac, do you want to weigh in on this?
No, I think you've laid it out very well. One of the the issues that we hear a lot of times is for students who are transferring from community colleges to university that the course they took at one level to meet the core curriculum is not accepted into the degree program. And so all that we were thinking of, and David Gardner is very interested in this, is trying to give students a very simple, straightforward sketch of, if you are interested in going into the hard sciences, you need to be focused on calculus-based courses rather than algebra-based courses. If you're interested in going into the humanities, you may want to consider taking more courses along these areas that would be more likely to fit into those degree programs. And trying to do it in such a way that we can get consensus across institutions that, yes, that if they took those classes going into our engineering program, that would be acceptable. And it's kind of another offshoot that's coming out of the Lumina grant and the discussions that have been had by those vertical team committees of what we're going to do to try and improve the graduation and retention rate and the transfer success of students going from one segment to another and even between similar types, so going from university to university, that students understand what the overall perspective is for a particular degree program.
Juan, and then Jeffrey.
Recently, Houston Community College was invited to participate on their Yuri Treisman's Statway type of development. And that seems like a good idea in terms of not making necessarily college algebra the core curriculum requisite, but the statistics. But some of the, I just want to convey some of the discussions of the math groups when they discuss this. In the first place, statistics is part of mathematics. So this would be, as I said, instead of saying scientific, would be saying like science and biological. So there's a little bit there that needs to be clarified in some place. The other thing is where it says mathematical and statistical. I think somebody already reflected the question there. Does this mean that it will be required for students to get empirical reasoning, mathematics, and statistics? Not necessarily that's the case. Let's say somebody who goes into just a science course, for example, they may not necessarily require the statistics. So those are the two subtleties that I want you to address.
But these are core objectives.
Jeff, and then Dick, and then Dan.
Sorry.
I may have missed something, Mr. Stevenson, in your explanation, Catherine, in your explanation of that also. But, and please tell me if I'm wrong here, but it sounded there for a second like you were describing a series of mini-cores rather than a single core. Did I miss something there?
We were simply trying to lay out a way so that students who were interested in going into a specific discipline would know that even though all the core curriculum courses will be accepted into your degree program, if you don't take a specific type of course, and such as the calculus class, if you took college algebra instead of calculus and you want to go into engineering, when you apply to an engineering school, they're going to tell you that, yes, we'll accept college algebra as your core curriculum class, but you're still going to have to take calculus. And so what we're trying to do is suggest that if we lay out a degree plan for the core curriculum that says, if you're interested in engineering, here are the courses that you can take that will be accepted not only as the core curriculum, but as the foundation for your degree program.
And I'll tag in on this too. Jeff, I'm sure that you've read the committee's report on designing undergraduate education. One of the recommendations had to do with improving academic advising. And we've talked about that a lot in-house. One of the things an advisor does when he or she sits down with a student and says, well, glad you're with us, welcome to our institution, what do you think you want to do for the next few years? Based on what the student says, for example, if the student says, well, I probably want to major in business, you know, everybody says that's a good major, that advisor is going to say, well, okay, one of the first courses you need to think about taking is micro or macroeconomics. And guess what? If you want to be a business major, that can also fulfill a core curriculum requirement for you. All that I think we're thinking about doing is providing some models that would not be required, but that simply would help advisors who need to convince students, I understand you're interested in psychology and you might want to take Intro to Psych, and that'll fulfill the requirement. But if you really want to be efficient and use your tuition dollars well, take economics, and that gets you a step closer to your degree if you want a BBA. I don't think we're looking at any kind of mandated set of courses that's required.
Perhaps this may not be the best time to have this discussion because we're kind of getting far afield from where I know the chairs would like us to be. But it's just something that we'd like to take a look at once we've gotten beyond this point.
Russell,
and one of the things that is in Phase 2 that we'll talk about this afternoon is that discussion.
I just want to know, is there a motion on the floor?
There's not a motion on the floor.
Dick?
Yeah, I would like to tag on Juan's comment because I agree with him about the distinction between math and stat. As a friendly amendment, I suggest the application of scientific and mathematical/statistical concepts, and I think that would take care of a lot of that.
Danny, you had a...
I was just going to say that if these are core objectives, then what specific courses might turn out to be the ones that ended up in a particular college's core curriculum doesn't seem to be such an issue for this. These are supposed to be what, once they take everything they get. So they could take college algebra and then they could get their statistical education from political science or from sociology or from economics. And so it wouldn't necessarily require them to take a math statistics class if this objective was one of the core objectives. And I just was trying to make a distinction between the core objectives and the courses specifically.
Absolutely.
Celia?
I would like to move that we accept this bullet reading to include application of scientific and mathematical/statistical concepts.
We have a motion on the floor to approve empirical reasoning to include application of scientific and mathematical/statistical concepts.
Second.
We have a second.
We have discussion.
Well,
It seems to me that statistics is a subcomponent of math. And I'm not sure why we're listing, if we have math, why we have to list statistics, and why we can't just leave it as math.
I can respond to that a little bit. We've had a number of comments over the years, and I'm not talking about just since this committee started thinking about this, but going back a number of years. Uri Treisman came and talked with Commissioner Paredes, I think, 4 years ago, maybe, about the fact that in many institutions, the statistics faculty have pretty much been kicked out of the math department, and they are their own arena. And in these institutions, it has been very difficult for statistics to get a firm footing in terms of helping students, particularly undergraduate students, understand when it might be more appropriate for them to take statistics rather than calculus or college algebra. And Dr. Treisman's concern was that if statistics was not specified in the core curriculum component area chart as being acceptable, some institutions would put up, in effect, artificial barriers saying, but statistics really isn't part of mathematics. And that's one reason that the coordinating board approved the change in the rules to actually specify both mathematical and statistical concepts, even though obviously they're related and they're similar.
Then we're back to that old argument of these are the general overarching things, and then now we're stepping back into the component areas.
I agree.
So we cannot do this on one issue, but not on the other
I
issue.
agree.
So I think at this point it would be wisest to remove statistics from this, leave the overarching element of mathematics. Statistics can be defined later in the component areas.
That makes sense.
Because we're using two sets of logic here.
Well, it could. I'll exercise my prerogative to speak here for a second. I prefer Dick's wording over Celia's wording, because I don't like the use of the word applications in it, because I think the use of the word applications then opens up that component area to perhaps courses that we might not necessarily want to entertain in a core curriculum that's supposed to be geared to what is it we want every student to know, regardless of major. And keeping that in mind, I would also argue that I like the idea of mathematical/statistical concepts, although I agree with you that it does begin to shade into some, perhaps into some disciplinary turf wars and what have you. But on the other hand, you can do an awful lot of mathematics without doing statistics. And if the core curriculum is designed to build a student into a well-rounded citizen of the world, then as a general rule then, for every student, statistics is probably more important than college algebra is, in the sense of being able to read the newspaper and listen to the O'Reilly factor and have any sense of whether he has any idea what he's talking about or not. And because, statistics, it's like that old saying, there's lies, damned lies in statistics. And so that's why I would argue for keeping the mathematics/statistics in there and removing applications.
I would
So Dan is
accept that
first,
as
and then
Well,
Celia and then-
Celia's accepting.
I would
I'm
accept.
sorry.
I would accept a friendly amendment to
Remove
include-
application of.
Yeah, remove application of. Now, there was a second. I don't remember who seconded.
Yes.
Is that okay with you, Lynn? Yeah.
Okay, and the second is accept. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I think that if you take application out, then the item that we have discussed about wanting the new core objectives to impact pedagogy as well as content disappears.
And just have courses.
Yes. Then you lose that piece of it for this objective.
Could I hear the new wording?
We got comments over here.
Cynthia's next. Hang on a second. Cynthia's actually next.
Serious point of information. I would like to hear the new
Oh, I'm
wording.
sorry.
The new wording that we're in discussion of is to include scientific and mathematical/statistical concepts.
Cynthia.
Or if we want to get rid of mathematical and statistical, we could go back to the word quantitative.
My question comes
Come to the microphone, please. A microphone.
Thank you very much. My question comes from the last meeting when I listened to this, and I was very impressed with the notion that we were going to talk about real-world applications, which was in the drafts, and I was kind of hoping that real-world applications might actually help change college algebra to some degree, because mathematics, people perceive that as the basis of everything, and they very strongly disagree with the notion that it's something else. So I just wondered why it got dropped when you redid them.
I have to have you speaking into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It won't pick up for the webcast.
Okay,
so
sorry.
Start again, dear.
Oh, well, they've already, I'm sorry, I apologize. Last time we did this, we talked about real-world applications, and my hope was that we would leave those words in because I thought that had some hope of changing college algebra and perhaps influencing us when we looked at mathematical concepts to be broader, not narrower. And I'm afraid leaving it out sends a message that these can be boxes to be checked, and that I just wondered why it got dropped when the committee looked at it again.
I would personally like application to stay in, so I'm not the person.
I'll friendly amend either way if we can come to
And I could support some wording that has something about real-world applications in it, but that also denotes that there also needs to be some theory behind it too. Because at a community college, for example, there are a lot of workforce courses that are mathematical and even statistical in nature, and they are geared toward teaching the specific applications that you need to be viable in that field. And if all you say is that then it's supposed to have applications, then I'm going to have a hard time, frankly, arguing with my faculty about why those courses should not be included in the core curriculum.
But don't confuse the component areas with the core objectives. The component areas for mathematics and the narrative that we developed could lead us there. This is an overarching, this isn't about just college algebra.
I realize that. But at the end of the day, when it comes to how is it that we're going to convey to students written and oral skills and creative thinking, it's all going to come in courses. I mean, somehow, some way, it's going to be mapped back and tied to courses.
But that's where the component area description guides that. They've been waiting for a while, Jeannie, so.
I'm off that topic. If you want to just go another second with the response to that, I can wait.
Okay, do you want to talk about that?
I just wanted to say that I think what you want to take into the rest is the application of what you learn. So I like the word application, because I don't think it's just that you want to 1, 2, 3. I think it's that you want what you learn, you want to be able to apply in every other area. I mean, we have English students who, when they tell them how they're going to calculate their grade, they can't do percentages, so you have to tell them how to add. So I think it's the application of what they learn in that they carry through.
I need to break in here with a request from the incredible technical assistants that we have to help us webcast this. If you're not speaking into a microphone, people who are watching will not be able to hear you. So we're putting a microphone over here. If you are not at the table, please announce your name and your institution before you speak, because that way at least people who may not know who you are will have an idea of who you are when you say what you want to say. So that's from our technical support. We have to be a little bit more formal about this simply because we've got a much broader audience than just the people here in this room. And it's easy to forget, but folks, if you're watching, we really appreciate you tuning in. We know it's a big part of your day that you're devoting to this. So we'll try to make it as comprehensible for you as we can.
You have the floor, sir.
I'm Russ Schultz from Lamar University. I was curious why the inclusion here of analytical was not included in there. And I see it different than the analysis that's in critical thinking, but if the intent is to have these outcomes, these core objectives, overriding into many different areas, it seems to me analytical would be an appropriate inclusion as part of this.
Okay, duly noted.
I'd like to disagree. I think analytical is implied in critical thinking. It's almost synonymous to me.
Judith?
Judith Bean, Texas Women's University. Is it on?
I don't think so.
Right now. Judith Bean? No. I pushed the button. Speaking chairs. Just
I asked Lucy to pull up the current core curriculum description, and you'll see that the word application is in the mathematics already, and we've been dealing with those issues for quite some time. That's quantitative literacy, when you can do real-world application. And moving to empirical reasoning, we lost quantitative literacy as a definition. I do believe it's extremely important, and I would argue for keeping it. Thank you.
Yeah, even as you read there, under mathematics, you have arithmetics, algebraic, and statistical. In other words, I go back to the same point. When you say mathematics, it comprehends statistical. However, understanding Catherine's and McGregor's point in terms of emphasizing that in some cases we would like students to move in more into the statistics area. I just want to ask Well, I would agree to say mathematics/statistical. If you just say a couple words to what do you mean by /statistical? I mean, that's for
Dick?
It's one concept. You mean that this is making clear that both SAT and mathematics are one area of thought?
Shannon?
Okay, if we look at communication, we've broken that down into written and oral.
And visual.
And visual, okay. If we are not careful in this area, I think we're going to lose the value added to empirical reasoning through the social sciences and other areas, because while statistics have as their basis mathematics, they're not math classes, and I'm afraid we're sort of veering away from the whole idea of the core curriculum to give this big overview of skill sets. And if there's too much of a focus on math, then we're not going to look, when we get to our courses, we're not going to look at social sciences as really fitting that bill, because they're not math. And I think from our discussion last time, that was something we were trying to avoid.
I agree totally with you in that sense, but probably that's where the discussion was. And the social sciences, you need to. But let's not forget, if you're going to do statistics, you have to do college algebra. So,
Being the one that put the original motion on the floor, let me float an idea for just a sense of how people are, and then maybe we can amend the thing and move ourselves forward. How about empirical reasoning to include scientific and quantitative literacy? Quantitative intending to be an overarching term that would maybe be a compromise there.
How about empirical/quantitative reasoning? The term empirical does not imply quantitative reasoning. I believe that empirical has to do with observation, information gained from observation and experiment. And as such, I think it has more to do with scientific reasoning than it has to do with quantitative reasoning. So
when you include
I agree with Judith that we need to keep both of those things in there. Both of them are important, but empirical is not a word that carries the weight of mathematics with it.
It's evidenced by graduate projects, master's theses. You can subscribe to an empirical paper or a quantitative paper, but they're substantially different.
But what is in common is reasoning.
Yeah.
Then maybe we should just say reasoning.
Well, why don't we say quantitative skills to include scientific and mathematical concepts and real-world applications.
Trying to take out statistics then.
That's
quantitative skills to include scientific and mathematical concepts and real-world applications.
Is that a substitute motion?
We're floating it, and we'll friendly amend ourselves into the process if we
I would second that motion, Rex.
Yeah, but as a chair, I can't make a motion.
I can listen to you, and we can agree of whether that's an appropriate amendment. Would you read it again? Quantitative skills becomes the major bullet.
Yes, quantitative skills replaces empirical reasoning, and then to include scientific and mathematical concepts and real-world applications. Yes.
I just have a problem with real world. That's jargon, and it seems to carry the connotation that what we do in academia is not the real world. I know it's meant to communicate some sort of message, but it really bothers me.
If it's jargon, it's been in the core since the last time the core was revised, because those exact words are in the core, real world, under mathematics.
Does real world add substantially to the idea of application?
it does at the expense of academia not ever doing anything in the real world unless we say that. It's like compassionate conservatism. They're not compassionate until we add compassion to it.
I have no problem with dropping real world, by the way. I think you could certainly have virtual world applications.
But I want to make sure.
Just as much, so.
I want to make sure. Because what Rex is saying is that empirical reasoning is gone and it's quantitative skills, and that it would read to include scientific and mathematical concepts and applications.
I like that.
Could I ask one quick question? In terms of moving from empirical to quantitative, do we slide too far along the line from the comparison between science-based courses and mathematical-based courses to where we're exclusively now or primarily talking more about the mathematical and not looking at the observational aspects of scientific inquiry and method?
Why can it not stay empirical reasoning and then just use Rex's new wording underneath?
Well, I kind of like the empirical and quantitative so that you do cover the full spectrum of both observational and applicable.
Sure.
We tried so hard to take all that.
And in doing that, you would include science and math.
And you include natural and social science.
Juan and Shannon, I think.
Actually, I was going to suggest what McGregor just said.
Okay.
That on the title it should include empirical still, because science, like biology, not necessarily is very quantitative oriented, and that this objective should include that at least. The other one is that I think we should go back to where it was before to say to include applications of scientific and mathematical concepts. If you was to add the real world, to include real world applications of scientific mathematical concepts.
Shannon?
I agree with the keeping empirical, because again, we're not saying natural science and social science, so we're not differentiating, but empirical to me implies that social science observation has the equal value of natural science.
Yeah, in fact, the reason that we came up with empirical yesterday in large part was because one of us kept talking about biology. As a kind of, well, what about biology? Because you're right, it's empirical, but it's not necessarily quantitative. So Michael and then Robert.
I was just going to say that quantitative analysis, mathematical analysis is certainly one tool in scientific inquiry, but there are large disciplines in science that would never resort to mathematical analysis to prove their point.
Yeah, they have.
Robert.
Mr. Chairman, a clarification. By eliminating statistical from the verbiage, does that imply, therefore, that is not a requirement in terms of a student learning outcome in the core curriculum, or does that imply that it's under mathematical?
I think it implies that it's under mathematical, because I think it's a good point that if you go back and look at, and we'll actually, hopefully, sometime today, before everybody leaves at 3 o'clock, that we actually get into a discussion of the component areas and begin some, and actually you'll have hopefully you'll have a homework assignment about how to look at those component areas and then define them instead of all of those exemplary learning objectives that we have now, but define those in terms of broader objectives. And the way, as Larry pointed out, the way mathematics is defined now, it includes statistics is a part of that. It's a piece of that, along with a whole bunch of other stuff that comprises the mathematical area.
I'd like that to be clear in the record as a committee intent, if you will, that we are asking that statistical, if you want to call them student learning outcomes, be included in the core curriculum somewhere. It is our intent that they're part of the mathematical objective here.
Right. Okay.
If not, it'll fall out.
I'd like to put in motion that it reads empirical and quantitative skills to include application of scientific and mathematical concepts.
Good with that.
We already have a motion on the floor, so the original motion still stands.
I'm pretty interested in us finding the words that'll get us there. Can you repeat again, Juan, what you suggested?
We say empirical and mathematical skills.
Or reasoning. Quantitative.
Imperial and mathematical.
To include applications of scientific and mathematical concepts.
Just for clarification, the first time you suggested it, you said the bullet should be empirical and quantitative skills.
Right.
The second time you said empirical and mathematics skills.
No.
Which one do you want?
No, I didn't say mathematics. Did I say?
Yeah, actually you did the second time.
I'm sorry. Empirical and quantitative.
Skills or reasoning?
Mathematical, I'm sorry, now I'm doing it. Empirical and quantitative skills to include
applications of scientific and mathematical concepts.
Okay. And have you accepted that?
I'm looking around the room because I'm wanting to get us to, okay, but it seems like that's a reasonable thing. I'm willing to accept that as a amendment to that.
Okay.
We have a second.
Lynn, are you willing to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's read it one more time. Or pull
So the motion is changing empirical reasoning to empirical and quantitative skills as the core objective to read to include applications of scientific and mathematical concepts. Any discussion? All in favor of that core objective, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Sorry for the and.
We have a new one. Okay. Let's go to page 2. We're halfway there.
On this side.
So let's go to teamwork, which really of all the objectives had the most consensus last time and least amount of discussion. So teamwork is a core objective to include the ability to consider different points of view and to work effectively with others to support a shared purpose or goal. Any comments, conversation, discussion, or motions?
I'll motion for it to be accepted.
We have a motion to accept it as is.
Second.
Second with Larry. Any discussion? All in favor of teamwork as a core objective as written on the PowerPoint, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I love you guys. This is teamwork.
Not now, when?
Let's go to really what were the most contentious discussion points last time. I think in our drafts it was civic knowledge and engagement and ethical reasoning and action. And what our work group is proposing to you is changing civic knowledge and engagement to read social responsibility, to include intercultural competency, civic knowledge, and the ability to engage effectively in regional, national, and global communities.
But it could change.
We tried, Bill. We tried really hard.
I would move approval of that.
We have a motion to approve from Larry and a second from Celia. Any discussion?
Which one?
Go ahead. Ask your
There's
idea.
discussion now.
Go ahead.
What does the phrase social responsibility mean?
It means to include intercultural and competency.
Can somebody define intercultural competency?
Well, I think that'll be how we execute it. We'll have to, but
Well, I'm sorry, what did you say?
how do you define intercultural competency?
I mean, is that what McGregor said?
That was my question.
Well, I think, let me just say something about trying to define some of these terms. I mean, this one is a little bit more vague than some of the others, but nevertheless, one of the things that we've always discussed and talked about in this committee is the institution's ability to assess and evaluate these things, but that also includes some degree of latitude in how you define those terms necessarily. I mean, because it may not be the case that every institution in this room actually winds up defining effective written communication in exactly the same way. and then assessing it and evaluating it in exactly the same way. And so, I think part of there's a fine line that we need to walk between offering guidance about these things and then trying to be too prescriptive about exactly what this means. For example, intercultural competency, I think, is a great example of this, because in a small rural community college without a lot of resources, it's going to be defined very differently than another institution that perhaps has a very robust international studies program or something. But it doesn't mean that they're both not getting to intercultural competency in some sense, and that it's not an important objective. So, thank you.
So, although I can understand what effective communication means, I'm not sure how I would understand effective engagement. Living in East Texas, engaging in politics in East Texas, I'm not sure I'm effective at all. But
depends on how well your aim is.
Yeah. And actually, that was the point on which I was seeking some clarification, is what do we mean by ability to engage effectively? I just want some clarification about, I appreciate and understand giving latitude. I just need some things in my mind about what we mean by that.
I think in essence what we're trying to say is that we're trying to use our curriculum and our experience in the core to help students take responsibility for what's happening in their world, that they are responsible citizens.
And to me, just as I read it and was looking at it earlier, I'm sorry. I like the fact that it's the ability to engage, because as institutions of higher education, we can't force students or graduates to be engaged. All we can do is provide them with the skills to be engaged should they choose to. And to me, I think that sounds really good. One of the House Higher Education Committee is in next Tuesday, I think on the 20th, and one of the issues they're going to talk about is the whole Western civilization charge that they had for the committee, and incorporating more Western civilization into the core curriculum. And to me, this is what we're talking about, this ability and this knowledge to give these students and the graduates the ability to engage in their civic responsibility, I think is very important.
And to do that, to have the ability to engage, you have to have some kind of intercultural understanding, awareness, and civic understanding and awareness.
As a political scientist, I would try to define the ability to engage effectively in regional, national, and global communities as determining whether the student has some understanding of how local government fits with state government, and that fits with national government, and then how does that fit into a global community? Is there some understanding of legislative process, and not in the sense of how is a bill passed, but in the sense of how do ordinary citizens affect it, as opposed to big business, say, or small business, or it's the role that special interest groups play in it. In other words, if you want to engage effectively, then you have to know how the game is played, so to speak. And part of that then is teaching students about how the interplay between interest groups and political parties works, and how campaign funding enters into that picture, and all those kinds of dynamics. And so that's how I would try to operationalize that ability to engage. Because as McGregor said, it's really teaching them how do you do it, not necessarily now you're going to be forced to go do it. Kind of thing.
It just seemed beyond the level of understanding those items to actually a more active role, but I appreciate the clarification.
Sure.
I think that's one of the reasons we didn't choose the word participate.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So I keep hearing, when you say ability to engage effectively, I keep thinking of knowledge of.
Yeah.
And I miss a little bit the assessment people that were here last time who had groaned. They're here. Groaning today.
I would like to groan at the word effectively. And maybe just say the ability to engage in regional, etc.
Yeah, and then,
Thanks for asking for my groan.
Right. Well, because that's what will happen when we come to my campus and someone says, "Well, how do I operationalize this?" When it comes down to the learner outcomes I have to have for my class.
And I do want to say, I mean, because our assessment people are part of this working group to help kind of move us. We have rubrics, we have assessment tools that get us there. We did not include anything in this conversation that we have not found assessment tools for.
Or at least that we thought we could find
Yeah.
some way to assess it.
Jan?
Yeah.
Just a question in response, when you explained in response to your question, would intercultural awareness, because that's what you used when you were describing what this all means versus competency, would that make it any clearer?
I would argue for competency.
Competency? Okay.
And there is a great deal of debate in a number of different fields that give us parameters to get a handle on that.
Yeah.
Larry Abram from the University of Texas at Austin. So it occurs to me that there was great success in the modifications of the objectives, the first ones, that focused on the categorical definition as being skills, so critical thinking skills, communication skills, empirical and quantitative skills. And now we're down in this one that's called social responsibility, which I think puts us in a little bit of thin ice in terms of, well, are we talking about skills or maybe something like beliefs, which could go from ice to fire pretty quickly. But I'm wondering whether there's a way to think about core objectives as skills throughout the board. I think you could have easily said teamwork skills instead of just teamwork.
Yeah.
So, are these social engagement skills, or I just feel like calling this social responsibility leaves it open to being a potential explosive.
Well, and our discussion last time really was about that particular issue, and there was a lot of consternation about the word engagement and the word civic, and actually deeming it a skill, because that, I mean, we discussed it a great deal, and I think you raise a good point.
Well, particularly since the definition underneath talks about engagement.
In the previous page of this presentation, where they talk about the core objectives draft, it says, through the core curriculum, students will prepare for contemporary challenges by developing and demonstrating, without the word, the following skills. Then you erase them from thereafter. It just says critical thinking, communications, empirical and quantitative, teamwork. Once you guys approved teamwork, Jen and I thought, hey, shouldn't be reading also teamwork skills. So it's included at the heading. That may help. Then social responsibility skills is also included.
Can I ask a question of clarification? Was the intent when you worded this to minimize ethnocentrism, discrimination? Was it to open lines of communication? Was it to enfranchise different cultures into the political process? Were those the goals? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Then I like civic, which is what we had last time. In other words,
But it's not just specific to the civic elements of the process.
I understand.
And that's why we didn't put civic in. We wanted it to be brought beyond civic, which has connotation of government and political, and we wanted this to be more than just being responsible, fulfilling your civic responsibilities.
Okay.
Larry, there was a suggestion to strike the word effective. I'm the second, you're the regular. We kind of moved beyond that, but I wanted us not to lose that. Is that something that...
Somebody want to offer that as a suggestion?
I'll make a motion that we accept it and delete effectively.
Well, there's a motion. It's already.
Already a motion.
Would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I just wanted to make sure we didn't get too far.
You made the motion.
No.
Would you accept it as a friendly amendment? To take the words effective.
Engage, it would read to ability to engage in regional, national, and global communities.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly makes it a whole lot less forceful, doesn't it?
Makes
Easier
it
to
easier
assess,
to
though.
assess.
You've got
It's
An assessment coordinator, I guess I would say. Yeah.
Let me ask you an overriding question here. I mean, I understand the need for assessment. Clearly, accountability is important, but are we willing to compromise for assessment issues over what we really want to do in terms of overall quality?
Well, it doesn't have to.
No.
Each individual
Doesn't have
school
to.
can do that if they want to.
And they can do that on everything we do, and then we don't have a core that's uniform in the state. Each institution can do that.
Well, one thing that would argue for leaving effective in, if you look back at communication, it says to include effective written and oral communication. So should we take effective out up there and just say that they need
And teamwork,
to write
too.
and orally and visually communicate?
Well, and I think they're already doing that, and not as effectively as we'd like. McGregor's got it.
And I guess, do we really need to even have institutions of higher education for people to engage in their local, regional, national, and global communities? I mean, if we want them to be effective at it, we probably need to be involved. But I don't have to have ever been educated at all to engage in those communities.
Well, non-engagement is a form of engagement in terms of what you're talking about. Yeah, the skills that you're talking about are really easy to quantify. I thought I'd toss quantify in at this point. If you're talking about oral and written skills and they do well on those tests, then they now have methods to engage. If you taking the political scientists up here, if we basically show them access to the system and how to play the politic, then we can test and quantify that they can do that. We can offer comparative courses in cultures, and they can score out in that, and we get some sense of that. Now, we can at least provide them with a measurable level of skills that will give them an opportunity to be effective. Now, whether or not their EQ will overpower that at some point is a different issue, but I think it is measurable on some levels.
But it comes back to you, Larry. You can decide whether if you want to.
I think we should leave effectively in.
So you're not going to accept the friendly amendment. Okay. Good. So the motion, we have a motion and a second to read social responsibility to include intercultural competency, civic knowledge, and the ability to engage effectively in regional, national, and global communities. Any further discussion?
Can I make a clarification? Effectively is in or out?
It is in. It is. We're just voting on it as it was originally proposed.
Call the question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Duly noted. We have. We
As
will
an
now try
assessment-
to have socially responsible students.
As an assessment person, I just shared with Lorraine a little earlier that we both agree we can write a rubric for anything, so we can write to whether it's engagement or effective engagement, so don't panic.
Thank you, Danita. Okay, so now we're on to we have 5 core objectives. I think we should celebrate that just real quick. And let's
Moving right along.
let's move to our last one, which at our last meeting was ethical reasoning and action, and we have brought a proposal to you to read personal responsibility to include the ability to connect choices, actions, and consequences to ethical decision-making. Discussion?
I think critical thinking at the top overlaps this, the way it's worded now, substantially. I'm not sure that there's enough to this one to justify it having a category to itself. And I would resurrect Richard's comments the last time, which I agree with. I think ethical is a really vague term. Again, I think we'll have more of an argument on ethical than we have had on a number of things already. I'm not sure it's not subsumed by everything else we've done. The other 5, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. You want to?
I mean, my point is still the same, is that although you can teach ethical thinking, the research suggests it has nothing to do with the way one behaves, that the situational constraints are probably more predictive than the knowledge. So, I mean, although we can put that down, it's certainly something I know the legislature wants us to have in there, but by the same token, is it something we can do effectively? But
I think that's why the work group worded it to include the ability, without speaking to whether a student chooses to exercise that or not.
And I mean, I hate to to talk politics, but this is a situation where if we don't provide some kind of ethical integration into our core competencies, then it will be provided for us by the legislature. I feel confidently about that.
Move acceptance of this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have core objectives.
Too late.
One call. It might be a summative statement. You never know.
One.
Fine. Sorry, Rex. I'm going to have to still come back to the point that maybe the word skills should be included in the preface instead.
Well, in the purpose statement, it already says advanced intellectual and practical skills that are essential for all learning.
In the purpose.
It's above.
Yes.
Yeah, said preface.
I'm talking
Purpose.
about through the core curriculum, students will prepare for contemporary challenges by developing and demonstrating following skills, and then you raise the word skills and all thereafter.
Slide 3.
Oh, I got you.
Why don't you send them this one page, because some of them
Yeah, they've all got it in their packet.
Third slide in the presentation.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, I think that hang on just a second.
And we'll have to change these to reflect the votes just taken.
Which slide?
Empirical and quantitative, for example. Slide 3.
Oh, damn. Okay.
No, he's talking about the preface.
I think what Carlo is saying is that to make it say demonstrating the following skills and take all the skills out of the 6 bullets, so to keep the bullets clean.
Correct.
out of the title.
Right.
Of the bullets.
Right.
Yeah.
And not add it to the others, you take it out of the first 3.
Right.
No, just say
Right.
critical thinking, communication,
Exactly.
and so on. Yeah, I got it.
So the main bullet would read, through the core curriculum, students will prepare for contemporary challenges by developing and demonstrating these skills, or the following skills:
Following skills.
critical thinking, communication, empirical and quantitative reasoning, teamwork, social responsibility, personal responsibility. Is that what you have in mind?
That's what you.
That is much better.
I'm
Are
unclear.
you making a motion?
That's my motion.
A second?
Discussion? Because we're about to take a vote that changes all the votes we've taken. Just want to make sure we're clear on that.
I'm not a voting member.
Just the label.
I just
Go ahead.
am lost. So I see this handout, I see this purpose.
It's that SIP
We're not
purpose.
No,
Where is
I'm not
the...
talking about
the slides.
We're just talking about changing a slide on a PowerPoint
No,
then?
the preamble, the preface. It's the
We should
I
probably have...
thought this was the preamble.
We should have
No, that's the
included
purpose.
that.
Okay.
That's the purpose of the core curriculum overall.
Russell, how is this vote changing all the other votes?
Well, because we're changing the names of the
Yeah. But it's
Just
not.
change
of the
it to
core
five.
objectives. We're not.
We're taking the word skill out.
But they were approved
That's what I
already
was,
by vote.
right. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. When we take this vote, we're undoing some of the language that we've already voted on.
I'm just unclear what's the difference between the value of the preamble and the value of the purpose. I thought it was going to go purpose and straight into the core objectives
Well-
with not an additional preamble. So I'm not clear where the preamble's even coming from.
I don't know. I don't remember.
It's not on our little magic sheet here. We have a little page, and it's only one page, and we're so proud we fit it on one page, and there's no preamble there.
What are you
She's looking at this one.
Here's what we had left.
So in other words, for those 6 bullet points that we have, do we need the word skills in there? Is it intuitive that it is a skill set that we're looking for?
I would prefer to leave the objectives as we've already voted on them, and we can deal with the preamble at another point in time. But because the preamble is not even something that we've discussed. I mean, I think that was something we tried to put
think we were just trying to provide some context for the slides.
The motion at this point is to, just for this preamble, put the following skills.
Yeah.
Too late to delete it from
And to delete these word skills from each one of those.
But that could
We don't. I don't think we even have to vote on whether we put and demonstrate the following skills, because that's separate than the objectives. That's like.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see, Russell, this changing what we've already voted on.
But what they're trying to say is to take the word skills out of the objectives that we've already voted on.
Right.
No.
Well, we have.
Then we just vote.
But you've got them in some.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Do we have a second on this? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, further discussion. Yeah.
If you don't add in following skill, this is just a grammatical point.
Yeah.
Excuse me for picking nits here, but if you simply say by developing and demonstrating, you cannot follow that verbal by a colon. You're going to have some sort of a noun up there.
I agree, but I don't. The little preamble is not.
Yeah.
It's not
Let me point out that we had the committee as a whole
and then make a decision on the
has
topic.
never voted on the preamble on this piece of it. Right now, that's just verbiage on a slide. What the committee has voted on prior to this meeting is the purpose that you find at the top of this one-page document.
And I guess one of my concerns, I think, is reflected in that as this gets sent around to various committees in our organizations and other things get done, if we risk that phrase getting separated from the rest of it, that's the piece that potentially, as we make our tables and graphs, as we do our rubrics, as we do everything else, that preliminary phrasing may get disconnected in a way that we lose that piece of it.
Could I add to this? In education, to me, there are two basic approaches. One is skills and one is perceptions. And so as a result, there's nothing wrong with me with having 6 learning outcomes that focus on skills and 3 that focus on skills and 3 that focus on perspectives. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. I think Emerson had the best quote on consistency. Sometimes it's worthwhile, sometimes it's not. And this is one of those cases where I don't see it as accomplishing much.
Yeah. Janet?
I just had a question on if we can just delete that first, since it's not part of it, and then just take a look and then just make sure and then move on.
Yeah.
Yes. Can we just delete that and look? And should it be teamwork skills or should it be teamwork?
It's not a factor for me if we had 5 and 1. I think there's room in this to have some skill work and there's room for perspective work. Right. And it seems to me the last 3 are more about perspectives and the first 3 are more about skills.
But if you take out the preamble, what we have already voted on and approved is critical thinking skills, communication skills, empirical and quantitative reasoning, teamwork, social responsibility, and personal responsibility.
Which matches this document to me. It's okay with me, that's what I'm saying.
That's what we've already approved. I think what the amendment or the proposal is to strike the word skills.
I just think it's unnecessary to do, is my point. I think the document stands on its own legs right now. It's defensible and it's understandable. Getting back to communication again.
So let's vote.
All in favor of removing skills from the objectives that we've already approved, say aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Aye.
Motion fails. Okay, moving forward.
Point of clarification. I believe the original vote on empirical blah 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 ended in skills. Is that true?
Oh, skills, not reasoning.
So,
yes. Yeah, you're right.
That's what this said.
I misspoke.
Now we're balanced.
Okay.
Thank God.
Well behind it.
Yes, but such a great discussion.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah. The next item on the agenda is knowledge-based component areas, and that's things that we have already discussed. And I think what we have had consensus on to this point as a committee is in phase 2, when we want to deal with statute changes, we may want to play with different component areas or dropping them all together or coming up with another. But to fulfill the statute, the component areas in the current system ensure transferability, and we kind of agree that let's redo the objectives of the core and find a way to fit them within the component areas that we already have. So our work group is bringing forth to you to affirm keeping the component areas with some small changes. One is changing natural sciences to life and physical sciences, and the other is to separate humanities and visually performing arts into their own component areas.
And to also separate government history and which is done on most of the charts anyway. They all have their own codes.
Yeah.
And so, in effect, what we're proposing is that we make explicit what,
we're already
as far
doing.
as I know, everybody in the state already does anyway. And that is they clearly separate the humanities component from their visual and performing arts component, and then they clearly separate other social and behavioral science from the history and government legislative requirements.
I think what we're proposing is to have our component areas more to reflect what we're already doing.
So moved, with the understanding that this is a phased process, and we need to have a firm document, solid, for this upcoming legislative session. And if there is a need to come back in phase 2 and revisit these, that's the time to do that. But we need a whole to stand at this point in time.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to also add that I'm not in favor of keeping the core the way it is right now if we can't accomplish what I think are the best educational goals. And I'm a little bothered by the fact that there's an assumption that we're just not going to fight that fight. That we'll simply take the core as it exists, put our learning outcomes around it, and send it forward. Because I think there needs to be some things added to the core, and I think some things need to be changed in the core. And I think there are people at the table who believe that too. So I don't know if there's a consensus.
Well, can I, because Bill, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and we've had this conversation multiple times, but I think we've got to acknowledge the political pressure and the timing that we're under. So we're really talking about, as a committee, taking 2 steps. One is, with the system that we have right now, how can we improve it before someone comes in and tells us what to do to improve it, so that when we can get to phase 2, and starting in October, that are going to require statute changes. Because I think the conversations we've been having about reductions in hours, changing some of the component areas, are going to require statute changes.
Oh, absolutely.
The coordinating board has interpreted the rules that some of the things we're talking about require statute changes. And I think politically, if we ask for statute changes right now, we're asking for more than I think we're wanting.
Then when is the right time to ask for statute changes?
Well, I think the other thing to keep in mind here is that statutory changes could take
a long time to develop.
Long time.
So where do you get started pretty soon, huh?
No, I don't disagree with that, Bill. But I think the question we have to ask ourselves is given the fact that it could take a long time to make statutory changes, and given the financial climate in Texas right now, the legislature is going to be primarily focused on balancing the budget in this next legislative session. And my guess would be that legislation that comes forth on these kinds of issues, in all likelihood, will not be addressed in the next legislative session. At the very earliest, they would be addressed in the next. That's another 5 years before implementation. And so do we want to maintain the status quo until we can change, if and when we can change legislation, or do we want to go ahead and take whatever steps we can within the existing statutes to improve what we have, and then work with that? And then I agree with you. I think once we get past this phase 1, then we go to work on phase 2 and get about trying to change that as quickly as we can, if as a committee that's what we decide we want to do.
And I would suggest that we do that immediately. I'm with you on this. It's just that until we're ready to give a coherent plan forward to the legislature, it seems foolish to give them an open box. That it's better to give a step forward that is solid and agreed upon, and then be working towards the next one until we come up with a solid plan that can next be presented forward.
Well, and I think we also have to acknowledge that we are an advisory committee, so we can propose statute changes, and that doesn't necessarily mean they go forth.
Absolutely.
And I think we've got to build our case and convince the coordinating board before that about the need for these statute changes before we can even move forward on that, and I don't think we're there yet.
I just want to encourage us not to fool ourselves. I'm not so sure that the changes that we suggest here will do more to change our rhetoric than to our practices. But I take this back to my campus and they'll say, gosh, you've given us a new way to talk about it, not necessarily new things to do.
Well, I think it's certainly possible, but when we start defining these component areas is when we can start having some influence as well, and that's what we'll be doing this afternoon and is homework.
Can I ask one other question, and I'm sure everybody's ready to eat? Phase 2, which has an ominous tone to me, but I'm a conspiracist. Phase 2, at some point then, let me get this conceptualized. We're going to provide a document that we're going to essentially sign off on that pretty much keeps the core as it is, still arguing the 6 discretionary areas. We're going to put learning outcomes over it to defend those courses. That's phase 1. That's plan A. Phase 2, is that going to be appended to that? You know, this isn't really what we want. We'd like you to change the statutes and adjust it, but we know you're not going to do that. So, but this is what we'd like you to do. How is this? What's the logistic of this submission? Because I don't see us having anybody being forced to say no to our advice. And that, I think, politically is a bad idea if you think we've got some bad things going on. No one has to say at the legislative level or at the coordinating board level, no, because we're basically submitting something we think they'll like. And I have a problem with that if I don't like it that much. So anyway, just a thought.
But I think like if we move forward with these component areas, then we define them, and then at our June meeting, we talk about the hour differential, and we talk about the institutional option, and there are opportunities to have change there. But I think at some point, and I hesitate to say it and probably shouldn't, but I think at some point you're going to have to trust that your co-chairs are advocating for this committee outside of this forum with the coordinating board staff and leadership, and that what we're bringing forth is something that would be supported short term so that we can start building a case for long-term change.
Can I jump in for a minute? I think those of you who joined the committee in February may not be aware, but those committee members who have been continuing on will recall that early in this process, April and June of last year, we talked about, the committee talked about what kinds of changes would everybody like to see? What do we not like about the core curriculum? And we did a SWOT analysis and some other exercises. And there's a lot of concern about the number of credit hours required for history and government. I don't think there's concern with the concept that they be there. There's concern about the 120 credit hour limitation on bachelor's degrees, the SACS requirement at the associate degree level of 15 credit hours of general education, and at the baccalaureate level 30 credit hours of general education. Things you also talked about were the associate versus baccalaureate degree level as what's appropriate for a completed core curriculum. And I'm recalling that the discussion turned to we should really make 2 plans. One of them that would function within existing statute, and the next one that would embody the committee's recommendations about how statute might be changed to provide a better educational experience and product sorry, for Texas students. And I'm remembering that the committee agreed that the first step would be to develop a set of recommendations that could go forward without statutory modification. And I think that's what Russell's referring to when he's talking about, quote, phase one, which is what the work group thought they were asked by the committee to develop and bring back to you. So if you all remember it differently, I'm just trying to think back to when we put the meeting summaries together and tried to you know, chronicle what had gone on. Am I misremembering?
I think these are recommendations that don't require statutory changes, knowing that we are going to then develop some that will.
And the point is, when the advisory committee developed a work plan over the next 12 to 18 months from last April, there was an agreement that the first target would be how could the core curriculum be changed and improved and be more student-centered within existing statute. And even at that time, there was an acknowledgement that this was probably going to be a very difficult legislative session in a number of ways, and that the task was upon the committee to modify the core curriculum, and that because the committee might not want to abandon some of its desire to make suggestions about how the law could be changed to create a different situation, that you all would take that up as a sort of second part of this. So I think, though, you know, in terms of the overall work plan, what the work group did was what they thought was the will of the committee.
No, I agree with you, Captain, that you said part of the agreement. I think the guide what we have here is that we take a look at our existing board and weed out some of the courses that have slid in to the core that really shouldn't be in the core. But I do think one of the problems we're going to encounter later on this afternoon, maybe next time we meet, is the overlap between these core component areas, with as many students transferring and as many different interpretations of these core components. You know, it's going to be difficult for us to try to figure out how we can handle what one institution considers part of that component versus another institution's view of that.
Celia?
I guess in my mind, I'm seeing this less in terms of phases and more in terms of steps. If you can think of, we're standing on kind of one foot right now, and to be a little crass about it, that foot is a distributed model of categories of courses to be taken. This step puts weight on a different foot, which to me, in looking through what we've just done, says there is a whole that rides across these areas that we've begun to emphasize, and we've broadened beyond conceptual knowledge into skills and responsibilities that are gathered across the whole. So now we're standing with weight on that foot as well, moving forward. And this piece that we've done so far legitimates that move and gives us a place to stand then as we move this other foot forward in the next time round.
As long as we take the step. Don't have a problem.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. And I think everybody on the committee does as well. So
You need a vote.
yeah, I should get the vote. For it to be lunch without assignments, don't you think?
I know. This isn't really a timeout. Our co-chairs will be back with us shortly.
Okay. All right, let's eat lunch.
Let's go to lunch.
I guess not.
No assignment.
Are we working during lunch?
I'll take this upstairs. No, we chose this time around to give you guys 45 minutes. The meeting will continue at 12:45, so we're going to discontinue the webcast and the recording for now, and then we'll be back again at 12:45. Good question.
This is a mess. In many cases.
To this point, we have voted on the core curriculum objectives and the definitions of those core objectives, and per previous conversation, and so that people that are watching on the webcast understand, those core objectives replace all the plethora of EEOs and the basic intellectual competencies, the perspectives, they're all gone. That in of itself is significant. So now what we got to do is to build on that and fill in the blanks. We have had a discussion on the knowledge-based component areas, and I want us to make sure what we're trying to propose to you is that these component areas for Phase 1 stay the same as what they've been, with the exceptions of delineating out history and government political science as their own component to reflect what we're actually already doing at almost every institution. Is there any discussion about that? Basically, we're just keeping the component areas for Phase 1 that we already have.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yes, we probably do, since we've actually altered it slightly.
So moved.
We have a motion to move forward with the component areas as reframed. And a second. Any discussion?
I have a question. On the screen, communication has an S on it. On the paper, it does not. Which one are we going with?
It should be the one without the S.
Thank you.
As a communication professor, no S, please.
They're very different things.
Yes. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now the fun starts, because what we want to do is to take the component areas and try to map the objectives, the core objectives that we just approved and that Lucy, God bless her, has already given you a handout of to clarify where we are.
They are not changed on the PowerPoint, so you can see the old titles in the PowerPoint.
We want, as a committee, your co-chairs want to challenge the committee to map these objectives to the component areas. And I think our discussion, and I'll turn it over to Rex, our discussion was that in all honesty, these 6 objectives really should be fulfilled by all component areas in some form or fashion. But to guide our institutions, if we could say every course in each component area has to tackle at least these 3 of the 6 core objectives, what do you think by component area the core objective should be that component area targets? So we're going to have that discussion.
These 3 are any 3 of these 6.
Yes. Yeah. What?
Yeah. Any 3.
Oh,
no.
Yeah. Let me point out something to you about this particular handout that has those component areas, and then it has 3 core objectives out there beside it.
Mm-hmm.
What that reflects is simply the working groups, the way we tackled it yesterday. And so those were sort of the 3 that we proposed up there. And it's really not even a proposal. It's really just, that was our thoughts on it.
Mock-up, to give you an example of where we kind of want to end up, is that by the time a student finishes the core curriculum, they should be able to demonstrate that they have managed each of these core objectives, and because these core objectives are so holistic, they should be able to be approached from a variety of different disciplinary angles. And we think that this is going to help students, instead of just saying, well, quantitative is all about my math course. No, you use math throughout a number of different aspects of your life and your work. And that's something that students need to experience in their courses. So to map the objectives onto these content foundational component areas kind of creates an X and Y axis.
Our main concern is we have to provide a map, because if we just said choose 3 of the 6, I mean, ultimately we could have a student that would graduate and not have any teamwork. And so I think we've got to guide what we think as a committee are suggesting, what 3 per each component area we're suggesting are tackled, but they could always go beyond those 3 to add more.
Sure.
Is that clear?
Mr. Chairman, why would we not allow our institutions to take these actions?
Because there is a concern that's often raised, that's been raised in this committee, it's been raised for years in other circles, and that is that the student, particularly when they transfer, and so if you don't provide some guidance as to where the core objectives ought to come from, then the student who transfers from one institution to another, and of course we have students who transfer to sometimes multiple institutions, could conceivably finish the hour requirement for the core, finish all of the courses within that core, and still not get all 6 objectives, because there might be a wide disparity between institutions over what objectives are being met in which courses. So part of the idea is that if we can get some degree of consistency across the state in where those objectives wind up in the component areas, then the transferability and applicability of those courses in terms of actually completing those objectives will be better than it is now. And that's the idea behind it.
I don't, in essence, if we're mandating, in essence, that this is the core curriculum and that these are the core objectives, then if it's a mandate, then as an institution, we will meet those objectives.
Yes.
But if we choose to have statistics under the social sciences instead of under mathematics, that should be an institutional decision by our faculty, as a matter of fact.
But this doesn't address where courses wind up. This addresses which of the core objectives are going to be mapped to a particular component area.
I think this discussion...
Excuse me, to be clear, then we're not about to move in the direction of saying teamwork we think ought to be included in English 1301.
But perhaps
is that where we're going?
In the component area.
I'm sorry?
But in the component area, so all courses in that component area would need to reflect that objective.
What we're saying is if the communication, we decided that teamwork should be one of those mapped to communication, then we're saying any course in communication has to deal with teamwork on some level.
But you're not saying that if it's not included here, they could add it.
Exactly.
If you wanted teamwork in one where it's not mentioned, you can add it as an institution. You have that discretion. But at a minimum, these must be taught.
Yes. If the discretion is there and the commitment is there, then why be prescriptive?
What I've been wanting to say is this really brings up, I think, discussions that have been going on in the accountability system peer group meetings, and that we've heard a lot about in the last few committee and board meetings. We really want to focus every effort that we make on student-centered higher education. And a student who attends a multiplicity of institutions, let's say 4 different institutions before they actually settle on which place they're going to get their degree, all right? Each institution might commit that a student who enrolls there and stays there and does the entire core curriculum there would get all of their objectives met. But we know that's an unusual student. And so by creating this mapping of core objectives into the foundational component areas, we have to ensure that wherever that student goes, the student knows that when it's time for them to do their mathematics course, critical thinking, to give you an example, will be one of the things that they're going to be developing skills in, regardless of which institution they attend, because that student has to be ensured that they will have met these core objectives, not just the students who stay at one institution for their core experience. So we're really trying to look at this in terms of what will the student have when the student has completed their higher education undergraduate journey.
Can I ask a question?
That's, what you're saying is very valid for an institutional focus on core curriculum, but we've got to think about students for whom the institution is sort of an interchangeable part of their education.
The committee that put this together, I'm not sure, at least on the surface of it, that I would agree with the three that are included with every one. And
that's what we're about to get an option.
It's just a mock-up.
That's what I was about to ask. In other words, this is the template.
Yes, and we're about to decide and make recommendations on what we think should be, the three should be in each one. But we were just trying to give you something to react to and to visualize the map that every objective that a student, if we map this, is going to deal with each objective a minimum of 3 times.
Gotcha. Good plan.
With each objective, because our fear with transferability is that they might not have, they might get critical thinking and not get social or personal responsibility.
Russ Schultz again from Lamar. I just want to clarify something. Are you saying that all of those 3 in whatever area have to be included in every class,
yes,
as opposed to completing those 3 within that component of however many credits there are?
That's what we're proposing.
Okay.
So, for instance, if you're teaching math, you teach the content, but the application or the pedagogy also has to address development of critical thinking, empirical and quantitative skills, and social responsibility. And that gets at kind of what Danny was talking about, that it's a way for us to use the core objectives to, at minimum, facilitate the need for a conversation about curricular and pedagogical changes that might need to take place.
And for clarity, in some of these component areas, there are 6 hours required, which means there would be 2 courses in that component area. Mm-hmm. And so even within the component area, each course within that would need to do all that for purposes of transferability stuff. I'm just trying to get it.
Yes, and that is to try to address that transferability issue. For example, the student that takes History 1301 in one institution, 1302 in another institution. So, and again, this is just, I mean, the 3 that you see there, that was in a lot of ways just the musings of the work group yesterday. Mm-hmm. So what we want y'all to do is to tell us what the 3 really ought to be. Okay. So.
But I can't imagine you would disagree with us.
It's a different opinion.
Should be simple. Be done in about 10 minutes, I think.
So here's where we are, okay? Here's what's going to happen for the remainder of the afternoon. We're going to get in work groups, and your co-chairs have kind of grouped the component areas into 4 groups. And we're going to charge you to look at those 2 component areas and make a recommendation to the rest of the committee on what 3 objectives need to be represented in those areas. And you'll look, our recommendation is that critical thinking should be one of them in almost every, if not every,
all but one
area.
Except for government.
We wouldn't want to go to government with that.
That was just a recognition of reality.
We don't want to go there.
Russell, which kind of brings up a question that I would have is, are there any of these that we would say should be across the board in every element of the core? Is it overarching enough that it should be represented in every element of the core? And then that might lead us to say maybe we need more than 3. Maybe we need 4. It is kind of odd to me that you leave out critical thinking in the component of the core where it may be most essential.
Well, I would just say we deferred to someone in that regard. But I think our conversation, one of the things that we really wanted the committee to dialogue about is that very issue. Is critical thinking more important than the other core objectives? Is it an overarching objective that should be included in every one? And I think there was a consensus that we wanted to have that dialogue.
You've got all but one of them where it is present. So.
Well, and again, you know, what we did was we tried to follow our own rule about 3 in each one, and then each one appearing at least
3 times.
At least 3 times. And so the truth of the matter is that when we got down to that part, while I think all of us wanted to put critical thinking in there, we couldn't put critical thinking in there without violating our own.
Well, maybe that's what he said, though.
Rule. And so, but you're right. So what may come out of this is that we decide that
critical thinking is all of them.
There should be 4.
If we break up into areas to discuss this, we won't get to that.
Well, but
I think that's for each group to talk about, and if each group decides that's the way it ought to be, then we'll put that in there.
Sure.
But Cynthia's been waiting for a long time, and we've cut her off multiple times.
I understand conceptually the need to map and the rationale behind it, although I also see it as a double-edged sword, because in a sense when we do that, if we have one particular objective such as critical thinking that is in all of these, then this core, which to me says all of these are equally important, there's a weighting then that goes to that critical thinking is more important than the rest of them. And so I'm wondering, what is our assumption about this core? Are they all equally important, or are there weights associated with the degree of importance of each objective?
Well, I think that's what we've got to decide.
That's what we've got to decide. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Would it be accurate to say that another way of looking at it is that when you get the total core together, the amalgam of skills and material is what you're looking for?
Yes.
But not necessarily there may be some that are more valuable taken by themselves as others. Was that a reasonable way of looking at it?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Larry Abram from the University of Texas at Austin. I'd like to suggest that the process might be better served by asking each working group to identify all of the ones that they think every single course in that area should include, and then come back and see how that maps out, rather than going in with the template that forces 3 by 3, because it could very well be that it would work out that one group might want 4, and say that it's very consistent that every course that would meet in this core would have 4, or they might say only 2. And if we can still see that the amalgam works, then why force a system of 3 by 3?
I agree, and I kind of think that's where we were going to head anyway. So thank you for articulating the assignment for everyone else. that was much more clear than what I was going to say.
We should say we are also hopeful that our guests who want to play will be invited to join a group or not.
Now they'll get their own.
They'll get their own. Okay. You guys get to be your own group then.
I'm still trying to get my arms around this in terms of prescriptive keeps coming back into my mind. So if you play this out, and we said that in mathematics, a 3-hour course, and we're going to require critical thinking, and then if you look at critical thinking skills, to me that says you must include creative thinking, innovation, inquiry, analysis, and so on. So are we eating up the math curriculum in order, or are we thinking that our
some might argue that it would make the math curriculum more effective.
Sorry?
But some might argue it makes the math curriculum more effective, but I think when you
some
see
some might argue that it dilutes it.
Well, but I think where the institutional flexibility comes in is when you have a laundry list of there. I don't think that any of us are in the illusion that every single class has got to cover creative thinking, innovation, inquiry, analysis, evaluation. I think you've got to deal with, as an institution, how you want to define and which of those laundry list areas you want to focus on. That's where the institutional flexibility comes in.
Okay, because the critical thinking skills ends with "and" synthesis of information, so that intimates that it's that whole list.
Well, it actually, and analysis, evaluation, and synthesis of information.
I just want to make sure we get clear committee intent here, because someone reading this is going to look at a 3-hour course and the curriculum that you have to teach in there, mathematics curriculum, and all of these things.
Yeah.
And that's my question for clarification is, do you have to measure every one of those bullets? Or you decide what to measure in your definition?
Oh, please let them say just the first bullet.
No, but like...
No, wait, I'm sorry, could you...
Like under critical thinking, do you have to show every one of those descriptors? Or you define and you decide which ones you will demonstrate?
I think that's where the institutional flexibility comes in.
Right.
Because I was trying to decide that a while ago, is each word, that you have to show every one of those.
We really can't reduce it to one from column A, one from column B.
Right.
Critical thinking in music performance has some things in common with critical thinking in a calculus course, and I know because I've taken both of them. But they're not exactly the same skills. So I think this is a place where we have to understand one of the real advantages of these core objectives is that they subsume but are larger in concept and application than any one course or even any one component area.
If you make critical thinking required in all 6, the disciplines are so different in so many different ways, then at the amalgam of the product of the core, every one on the shopping list would be realized somewhere. I mean, that's the idea of making it required from all courses. If you just required it in math, you probably wouldn't get a lot of creative thinking. If you just required it in music, you might not get some of the others. But if it's required in every one, then when you look at the total amount of disciplines that approach it from their perspectives, you'll have everything on that shopping list realized.
Yes.
And that was part of our thinking behind, it showing up in at least 3 of them at a minimum, was to try to get some of that spread through those. Yeah.
Did you give any discussion to saying that all of the objectives had to show up in all of the foundational component areas? That every objective has to be covered to some extent in each of these foundational component areas?
The conversation we had of it really went to what Robert was talking about, the fear then that the instructor feels like they have no disciplinary specific curriculum.
So you left the room.
Yeah. But that's not to say, like, if when I'm teaching my speech course, I'm going to address all 6 of these objectives because the curriculum demands it on some level. But there may be some courses where that's not the case.
And I think the two came up, sorry.
Microphone.
Remember, these are minimums. We're talking about minimum requirements and recommendations to the institutions. Each institution can add more, not just the individual professor. And that's where we were coming from on that as well.
Let's go ahead and divide up in our groups. And we've done some. I mean, I think what we're going to do is going to look odd to you, but we, like everything else, hasn't, right?
If it hasn't already, it will now.
But we've tried to, since there are 8 component areas, put you in 4 groups, and you each group gets 2 component areas, and we want you to map the objectives that you think are most appropriate for that component area, and then we're going to come back and see where they all fall, and then see if we have the coverage that we need. What might look odd is some groups, because of the disciplines that you represent, we want to honor that disciplinary expertise, because they're going to be assignment part 2 will be to deal with the narratives in each one of these component areas. So some have a lot, and some have people that aren't historians in the group, so thank you for that, Shannon. For communication and social behavioral sciences, we'd like Celia to guide that group, and it would have Joyce, Bill, and Jeffrey involved in it. For math and science component areas, it would, Michael, if you would lead that group, and have Jeannie, Juan Carlos, Cynthia, and Robert in it. And if Larry were here, we'd put Larry there too, but he's not. For history, government political science, Shannon, if you would lead that discussion, and have Agnes, Donna, Dick, and Mark, who's not here either. And for humanities, visual and performing arts, Danny, if you would lead that discussion, and have Lynn, Larry, Jana, and Marianne in that group. Mary. So, if you're in communication, social behavioral sciences, follow Celia.
To wherever.
To wherever Celia wants to take
Wherever
you.
you want to lead them.
So why don't we just say, y'all are on this corner, we'll put math and science on this corner, we'll put history and government on this corner, and we'll put humanities and visual and performing arts wherever Danny wants to lead them. And the visitors, I'm going to...
Writing framework. All right, so we put, then in communication, we put critical thinking, communication, personal responsibility, teamwork.
So for communication, you're recommending 4.
4, yes.
Okay.
2 of which we think may be kind of
Overarching.
universal. Okay? And then for social and behavior science, critical thinking, communication, again, those 2. And then empirical reasoning, personal responsibility, social responsibility. So 5.
You did have trouble limiting this.
Yes, we did.
Would you please repeat for social science?
For social and behavioral sciences, critical thinking, communication, empirical reasoning, social responsibility, personal responsibility.
Okay.
And Lucy is keeping tab for us on the screen.
So we can have a visual. Okay, math and science. What were your maths?
In mathematics, we have 3: critical thinking, empirical reasoning, and communication.
I'm sorry, that was math only.
In math, right.
Right.
In science, we have critical thinking, empirical reasoning, communication, and teamwork.
Okay. History and government political science?
We agreed that, yes. We agreed that communication and critical thinking belong in all 8, but we also argued that teamwork might belong in all 8 because of the survey that we got from the workforce nationally that cited those 3 areas as the top needs in the workplace. So those aside, we added to history social and personal responsibility. So critical thinking, social responsibility, and personal responsibility. For government, we had critical thinking, communication, teamwork, and social responsibility.
Okay. And humanities and visual and performing arts.
Well, we took teamwork out, not because we didn't think that it was an important thing for people to participate in or that it was something that people weren't using whenever they taught these courses, but because we were looking at it as if this is something that we are expected to teach during the process of the course. We thought that some other things got a higher priority than teamwork, so that's why we took it out of these 2. And for humanities, we had communication, critical thinking, and social responsibility. And for visual and performing arts, we had critical thinking, social responsibility, and communication. And didn't notice until after we were done that we ended up with the same 3 for both of them. But that's the way it turned out.
Okay. I think this is fascinating. Because every group came back with critical thinking, communication, and all of them. And I think that's particularly interesting in reference to the conversation that I set in over here briefly that our visitors were having. And so I want them to give us their perspective, because I think it's and we're not going to include them in the vote, but I think it's a good perspective to launch us into discussion about these things.
We did talk about the ones that should be overarching. We did think critical thinking should be in all. Some of us, in fact, most of us thought communication should be in all, and personal responsibility might need to be in all. Then beyond that, we almost agreed with everything that was said, with the possible exception of mathematics, where we put teamwork and social responsibility. We flipped those between science and math. So we had social responsibility in with science, which we think, given the environmental science and advancements thereof, there's a natural relationship there, and that teamwork might better be served in mathematics. But almost to a T, we aligned with the rest of the committees. Oh, thank you. We were talking about different kinds of communication, and AURAL, as in listening to music, is not included in our list. And we were thinking about the very communicative power of music and so on, and how would that fit in? You would think that under visual performing arts that would be great, but how does a pianist orally communicate versus orally? That came into, did we need to add AURAL communication as part of that definition?
Okay. I think from looking at the list, what we've got to start with is, I mean, there seems to be consensus that across the board, critical thinking, communication skills should be in every component area. Do we want to discuss that? Or
assessment professionals?
Sometimes pedagogy trumps, and I'm excited to see the idea that critical thinking and communication are embedded in everything. And the other point is, you know, from a perspective of trying, you know, the biggest challenge with assessment is finding where to go to get the great assessment information that we want to use to show what's going on in our institutions. And it's exciting to think about being able to look to every discipline for these things.
Hear, hear.
When we were discussing the communication skills, a lot of the reason we wanted to include it in everything was because it touched on everything. But I think it's really important right now at the embryo stage of this discussion that we had some problems with communication being defined as 2 English classes. In other words, it had to be broader than that. It had to be an oral component, a listening component, because everything we're getting back from business and so forth says we're not doing good things in those areas. So if we're going to stick to 6 hours of English, then I wouldn't want it in everything. If we're going to really make it meaningful communication and cover all 4 of the base disciplines, listening, reading, writing, talking, then it would.
I also noticed that on your chart, you have at least 3 of every objective in the 8 components area. So without even working at it, it was accomplished.
The only who did U.S. history? Because I didn't have teamwork as that you checked that for U.S. history, but I might have missed it. And I just want to make sure. Who?
History and had it for government.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
No.
Teamwork, not so.
No. Well, and the reason I think I wanted to clarify is because our objective as a working group coming here to give you something to react to is that each objective was covered at least 3 times. And just from what you've come up with, each objective is covered a minimum of 3 times. And with social responsibility, it's covered more. So I think the question is, do we want to affirm that critical thinking and communication really are those superseding objectives that need to be integrated? And then I get the sense that we're there, right? So then we need to talk about, do we want the other 4 to be equal, or are we going to be okay with differing numbers for each component area? And there's not an answer I'm looking for. I just want to know what we're thinking.
Russell, if we agree that there are 2 that are foundational, and we say that any given course only does 3, then that only leaves, 1 other to choose from. So we got in that debate over whether we should go maybe to 4, and then those 2 foundational plus 2 at the institutional level.
Juan Carlos?
I would agree with that, that
Me
it will
too.
become not what would the minimum recommendations will be, but these are the foundational, critical, and communications, and then to and at least a minimum of 2 of the other.
Let's say that last part again.
As I say, and at least 2 of the
okay.
other 4, right? And then for that matter, math will have to think about 1 more, and somebody else has to think about 1 more.
So if we went, yes.
I'm sorry. Are we imposing arbitrary limits on how many there should be?
As a minimum.
No, as a
Not
minimum.
maximum.
No, yeah, that would be. But I mean, if we're all able to sit here and figure out how there could be 4 that are identified for a particular component area, shouldn't we include those? Shouldn't that be what the minimum is?
That's where we're.
Well, that's the question.
That's the question. As a starting point of the discussion, we said let's start with just if you had to put a minimum of 3 and see where we end up. And with the exception of 2 disciplines, we end up with 4 in every category. And so the question is, do we want to say, okay, now the minimum really is 4? And then the ones that don't have 4, let's go back and talk about what the 4th one might be as a minimum.
Right.
I think in visual and performing arts and humanities, our discussion, we kind of stuck to the 3, but I think we could very easily identify 4.
Right.
Is there a reason we need 4?
Yeah, I was going to say, gosh, we could do 6, but I'm not sure at what cost.
Yeah, exactly, because part of the reasoning of the working group on this in trying to look at 3 minimum, there's sort of the top and the bottom of this, and the top end of it is we wanted to make sure that the objectives were covered across the board for transfer students. But the other consideration in not just saying let's just put all 6 in all courses or something like that is that remember that somehow, some way, then all of this has to be assessed and evaluated. Right. So we were also trying to minimize that to some extent if we could. I mean, that was part of the consideration that went into the...
Well, and I think we're going to get some pushback from the instructor departmental level that we're determining what their curriculum has to be. And I think we've got to honor that to be in the core at your institution, to get core credit for the state, yeah, you're going to have to reshape your curriculum to address some of these things, but does it have to be all 6? As long as collectively in the map, the students get each one of those objectives 3 or 4 times.
Might I suggest that if you think that there's any kind of magic number, approach it from the standpoint of 3 that you're saying that they have to have, and you might dictate that say that you have to minimally address 4, but only prescribe 3, and allow each institution some autonomy in deciding how they would approach each class.
Shannon? And then Robert?
Yeah.
I would just like to say, and I know that we all are, but just maybe as a sort of reminder that what we might need to be keeping in the back of our mind is what's best for the student, not what our faculty will and won't put up with, or what we have to assess. I mean, our fine ladies over here have said they would find ways to make that happen, but ultimately, we have to know what we want our students to look like when they've completed the core. And to me, if that means all 6 are included everywhere, then that's what we need to do. If it means only 1 in each component, then that's what we need to do. And I think when we have been charged by the state to be the representatives to determine what it is that those graduates should look like, that might really probably ought to be where we first start before we make some of the other considerations.
Well, and I think that's what we did. And then after that, then we tried to take into consideration...
The other things.
Pardon me. Then we tried to take into consideration the other things. Right. Robert?
Back to some clarification. If we have said that I don't even know what to call them, but under the core objectives, I've counted that we're actually measuring 5 things there. And if we go through the whole list, I've counted that we're measuring probably 22 or 23. So if you looked at personal responsibility, and social responsibility. I'm very interested in the idea of engaging effectively in regional social responsibility. So does that mean that somewhere in my core curriculum I have to assess regional social responsibility, or we just said it could be one of these?
The quick answer is I understand us to be saying it could be, but I also just want to point on our PowerPoint, and I know we haven't had a chance to go all the way through it, but it was important to, and Danita will jump in if I misrepresent us. It says institutions will assess student attainment of the 6 core objectives, and that purposefully sounds a lot like SACS 3.5.1, and the reason for that is because we established the objectives. There's not an understanding that every single thing where it says to include, it doesn't say must include, it's can include, and it tries to clarify what that objective is, but it doesn't actually dictate that every single thing listed has to be assessed in a particular way. And I would also like to add that not every institution is going to necessarily elect. I mean, we talk about all of these objectives and how they fit into the disciplines, and I don't think every institution is going to elect to do discipline-specific assessment of every single objective either. And in fact, that would be quite challenging. Maybe there's an institution out there that wants to do it that way, and I don't think that we should say that they can't, or but I don't think that we need to be saying that they have to either, because that would be very, very challenging.
Well, the converse of that, however, is that you don't have to include it. You're saying no one, so the fact that we've listed, again, social responsibility, effectiveness on a regional basis, we've listed it, but we haven't said, but you really don't have to do that.
we're saying as an institution, you can decide in developing social responsibility in your students how you want to tackle that. What's important for the students at your institution specifically. And it could be that you tackle in some class regional inclusion, and another class is tackling the intercultural competency element of it. But they're both tackling social responsibility.
And I just wanted to also appreciate Shannon's comment that even when we do think about these really big ideas, assessment professionals are educators first, and there's, really, I come from a place where assessment informs instruction, but that's why we're interested in assessment, because we're educators first. And so when we talk about what a student looks like at the time of graduation, I think we're all interested in that.
I might add, too, that we have not identified here what point in the curriculum a student has to be assessed. At least I have not seen that dictated. At my institution, I'll just share with you that we assess across the college, not by discipline. So we are assessing communication and critical thinking right now. We assume that a student has completed, we make sure that they have completed 30 hours with our institution. So if they can't be transfer hours in to make that up. But what they were taught, whatever in the component era of communication, is still got to overlap. And if we find a student work piece that is one of the 3 categories of communication, and it's in the math department, well, we're going to collect that to help us with looking at communication. But we're not doing it by discipline area. We are doing it across the institution because there has to be an overlap. The only reason we do 30 hours is because many of our students leave us before they get to a completed point. And so a 30 hours works for us, and most of them are getting most of the core by that point. So that's what we're looking at. So it's not as prescriptive, and sometimes it's limited by the way that we do it at our institution. Certainly my institution can change as well. But I just wanted for those of you who don't know how else it could be done besides by component area or division, there are other approaches.
And Danita does great work at Armour College. At our university, this where do we go to get assessment information, which I think is going to be really important, and what we're talking about here with all of this is at our university we start with end of experience because we want to show the extent to which our graduates have attained the outcomes that we've outlined. And so that's our starting spot. That doesn't mean we might not go back down into lower division courses to get additional information, but our starting place is end of experience. And that helps us with this process, and that helps us with our SACS process. That's why the PowerPoint slide about assessment is so important to us.
Under the situation that we have on the board, if communication appears 6 times, then would you assess it 6 times?
I would start with assessing the objective at the end of experience. That's my starting spot.
So if we've spread it out over, say, 6 courses, communications, then as long as we can assess at the end, then I can pretty well say to a professor, you don't have to worry about assessment.
Oh, no.
Then how are you going to do it if you don't do it by course?
There's levels of assessment. There's course-level assessment, there's program-level assessment, and there's institutional-level assessment. And institutional-level assessment looks different at a community college than it does a 4-year institution. And that's why the description that Danita shared is so important to a place like Alamo.
Okay, and the second thing on, if it is in there 6 times, that says that as an institution, we're spending a lot of time on communication. Therefore, let's say it's a 5-point rubric, we may expect it to be a 4 on aggregate that our students are performing at, not a 3 where we might have something on personal responsibility that's not in there as often, and maybe it's a 3 on a 5-point scale. So how much time we're assessing going to make a difference in what we think the student's going to walk away with in terms of ability. But if it does not mean we have to assess it 6 times. We're really getting at, is the student able, upon exiting, wherever that exit point is, to actually have accomplished those 6 objectives?
Well, and I think the bigger question, and I know I'm cutting people off over here, is we're trying to give something a structure, a foundation that we can now work with the accountability groups to come up with an assessment plan. I don't think we have to be the ones that make these decisions, but I think we've got to be a part of that conversation. And the most important thing for us historically, from the very first meeting we had 3 or 4 years ago, was that there is institutional flexibility in some of these things, and the way Amarillo College does it, the way A&M University does it, and the way Alamo College does it may be different, but they're all trying to assess the same thing. But we don't need to be prescriptive in where and how that happens.
Okay, we have Agnes, Dick, and Mike.
I just want us to look at that chart up there. To me, yes, I would love everything, all 6 to be in every single one of those. But at the same time, there are a lot of different reasons why or why not. What I'm suggesting is perhaps we should just say, for the first 2, this is the minimum. We think that these 2 should be in everything. Other than that, these are the other ones that we think should be in there. And these are the minimum. If your institution would like to add more to it, all the better. Add all 6 to it. Okay? That's great. But that also gives the flexibility that our guests were talking about. If they want to add more to the math and add a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th, so be it. That'll be great. I would love to see all 6 on it. But I don't want us to look at this and go, oh, everything has 4, so let's put another one in there, just to put another one in there. That defeats the purpose. So I really want us to look at this and go, can we live with that? And if so, do that as the minimum, suggest it as a minimum, and say, if you want to add more to it, wonderful, and go from there.
Okay.
Trying to get away from the assessment component. At A&M, where most people start and finish there, or at Amarillo College, where you have the same cohorts going through, when you get to a regional university where you have so many people transferring in and out, over half of our graduates are transfer students. At what point you assess it, and what are you assessing? You're not assessing what you've done. Not even within the components you're assessing what you've done. It may be your colleagues of other institutions. So it becomes almost impossible to look at this as an end-of-the-term evaluation for us to make sense out of it.
At the end of experience, haven't the students experienced a lot with Sam Houston State University?
They may come in with their core completely complete. They may have done only their major and minor work when they've gotten to us.
And I'm glad you bring that up, because this is a debate I love having. And that is that at Texas A&M, our faculty believe, this is what they tell me, that they contribute to these outcomes throughout the undergraduate experience. And so that's another reason why we think it's important to look at the end of experience for our place of assessment, because we know that it's not over at the underclassmen point.
I got to know Mike is next, and then we'll come back to you.
I just really applaud what you're saying, because it appears to me that what you're saying, the end of experience evaluation, does not make any effort to look at the origin of those competencies. It says, gosh, the kid can do this, but it doesn't attribute it to this class or that class, that in fact the competencies are no longer tied to the core curriculum itself. It is the entire experience that the student has that results in the competencies that you assess. And I just think that's a great thing to do. I think that you don't have to repeat this at every level of reduction. Most of us have some minimum set of hours required to obtain a degree from our institution, but we are to some extent going to benefit from the kindness of strangers. I mean, the kids come from lots of different places with lots of different experiences and ultimately graduate with us.
But I guess the question I'd ask is, if at the end you do not find a satisfactory result, where do you look to fix it? Where do you go back and say, hey, something is not in kilter here. What do I need to do to kind of remedy the situation? And the results of that type of evaluation won't help you answer that question, I don't think.
Depends on, from where you pull that information. And
but was McGregor
and then Celia.
And McGregor.
And then, okay.
Just as a point of clarification, maybe this is too specific for the discussion, but we struggled with the criteria for SACS, which says
when the students come into the upper division program, how do you know that they have the lower division completed at a competent level? And so I'm not sure why we're talking about just end of experience for doing it, because we showed well how we could enhance those, but our problem was how to show where they were when they came to us from the lower level. So really it's multiple levels of assessment of all of this. It's not just the end of experience assessment. You have to be able to assess it at some point when they've completed the core and they're getting ready to move on to upper division.
That is why I said that we start at the end of experience. That doesn't keep us from going back and looking at things at a lower level.
At a lower, okay.
But that's got to start somewhere, and that's where we start.
That's where you start. Okay.
Good.
And one way you can address that, and it doesn't happen everywhere, what we've done is we're instituting a capstone course. We'll do assessments of these things in the capstone, and luckily we have a lot of students, which means that we can trace those back to, because we have student IDs, we can trace those back to what classes they took, whether they took them whether they're as transfer students. You know, there are a lot of ways that we can fold that back in and be able to identify deficits and potential sources of those deficits, as you will, over time. Because it's really not the students at that point we're assessing, it's our program that we're assessing.
Well, and it also starts to look at the value-added perspective in assessment, because if you're talking about the focus of today's efforts, which is the core curriculum, I mean, that core curriculum is one aspect of the student's college experience. And the fact that we're going through, and you all are going through and identifying these core objectives and trying to decide, you know, what the minimum standards should be is only one part of the experience. And it should be a relatively consistent part of the experience, because we know these are all 6 important components, or 6 important core objectives. We think that those all need to be included in the core curriculum. It's up to the institutional evaluation and a curriculum to add from that core curriculum body of knowledge and skills to take the students beyond that to the next level of competency in whatever discipline they are being prepared for. And so while I understand looking at the end of the experience as a starting point, that's not the starting point of the students. That's the starting point of what the institution's interested in gaining, which is, okay, what are they able to do now as compared to when they started or when they started with us? And so from the student's perspective, they're in a development phase of core curriculum development. Here are the things we're going to learn. Degree program development, you know, another set of things that we're going to learn. Now, should there be crossover? Absolutely. But we're not here identifying those objectives for each degree program. We're only here to focus on those objectives and outcomes for the core curriculum. So the measurement really has to be done based upon the outcomes that we're looking for from the core curriculum, from my perspective, simply because once you get into the degree program and you've advanced beyond that, well, I would sure hope they gain more from, you know, the degree program in some areas than they did in the core curriculum. I think that's our point. So,
yeah. Well, you guys started off by saying that one of your goals for the core, one of the goals for the core, is for transferability, and it would seem to me that would address some of the problems that Richard and Michael talked about. If we reach some accommodation on minimum guarantees, then no matter where you transfer from and no matter where you go, you should be able to assume that you have these things nailed down. It also seems to me that we might want to consider, for institutions that have that kind of transfer, you might want to consider giving them some sort of an assessment at the end of the sophomore year to see where they are, not to lay blame on why they're not where they should be, just where they are, in case you need to do something to move them up. But if the first part works and the minimums are in place and everybody essentially handles those, that shouldn't be a big problem.
Well, and I'm sorry, man. I think that also looks at, okay, let's look a year down the road or however long we're looking at when we put in the new core curriculum and the objectives. shouldn't there be an evaluation at that point of time at the institutional level in the degree programs to say, okay, how does what we're teaching in our degree programs then relate to the core curriculum and the objectives that are there for the core curriculum? How do the skills and knowledge base that we want to develop in them stack onto what they've already gained from this core curriculum? And does it? Or is it like two completely separate blocks that you're just adding to the student? Is there sequencing? Is there consistency across core curriculum to degree program? And so I think there are some interesting conversations ahead.
Going back to that table, to say that critical thinking and communication skills should be required of everything in the core, I think is an admirable thing. But my only concern about it is it could turn out to be everybody's going to do this, but then nobody does it. Because both of those things have content. Critical thinking has content, communication skills has content. And just because I write a critical analysis paper in U.S. history does not mean that I have learned to effectively communicate or to think creatively, innovatively, to do inquiry or analysis. So, I see the importance of those, but I also see a danger in it as well.
In not measuring, is that the way I'm understanding? If you don't measure, it's dangerous?
I'm just saying, if we say everybody does this, the fallback may be in many courses, what we're going to fall back on is a pedagogical approach and not a content approach. And I'm saying that both of those areas have content, and they have to be taught somewhere. For you to ever be effective in a pedagogical approach, you've got to have content as the basis of that.
Well, that's where the component areas come in.
Right.
Communication is a component area that has the content specific to this. U.S. history may not have content specific to communication.
But I think it will have to. I think if we're going to say that each of these, that communication and critical thinking are essential for all of these foundational component areas, then I think you have to say that there has to be content that is related to those foundational component areas. Now, it may be discipline-specific content. For example, the communication component in the what are we calling it now? Life and physical sciences may be how you communicate findings from a experiment that you do. But we've got to have, it's got to be communication there. It may be technical communication, but there has to be instruction and technical communication there.
So Lynn and then Agnes.
If she's following up on this,
No, go ahead.
My question had to do with the fact that we have 5 groups in some of these subject matters and only 3 in others. Are we going to try to arrive at
Yeah, I think we're waiting to see when we need to specifically address that.
And yes, I want to get back to that too, Lynn. But I want to just talk a little bit about what Larry had brought up as far as communications and critical thinking, that there is content. I don't disagree with it. There is content. And I wish our person is here, because Libby Barlow would be able to explain to you how we assess communications and critical thinking at the University of Houston. And it's not looking at if something is taught, if critical thinking is taught. And I'm going to put you on the spot, Lorraine, as to how A&M does it, because what we did, I think, or what we do is pretty similar to what you guys do, is that the faculty come together to wrap a rubric and say, this is critical thinking. This is how we will assess critical thinking at the University of Houston. The same with Texas A&M.
We have one for writing that's like that.
Right.
We all came together and agreed on a rubric. It's on our website.
Right. And what we did then is to look at the classes and then randomly select students Okay? Not everybody, but randomly, so it's not just give me the good students, but randomly select those students, and then look at their portfolio that's given to the faculty, and then they look at the rubric and what they receive, and start grading them and assessing where we are on a scale. So with that, we're not looking at was that particular communication content being taught or critical thinking being taught. Does that portfolio reflect that element of critical thinking that our faculty said that it should? And that's why I think we're pretty similar, because I was in one of your meetings.
A similar project. We have a writing assessment project that is similar to what you're describing, so that we're looking at, we have double writing intensive courses also identified, so we know we can use those in each of the disciplines.
Right, and that's what we do too.
We can pull those pieces of student work, and then we have a cross-disciplinary group of faculty that apply that agreed-upon rubric to the work, sort of for a general academic assessment of our students' communication skills.
Right. So it is not, I just want to make the point that it is not looking at content specific, although there is content to be learned
Well,
in
and I argue that
communication
there is
and
content specific items that they need in order as a foundation to build on. And
that's where the component areas come in.
Right.
The content is executed through the component areas.
But we're saying that critical thinking has to be present in all of those component areas.
I think what the point that Larry's trying to make is if you require critical thinking in all 6 component areas, in order to critically think, then you first have to be taught how to critically think. Correct. And so if it's going to be in all 6 component areas, then in all 6 component areas, you're going to have to teach people how to critically think. That is content. That is content, because you're teaching them how to critically think before they can actually do it in that component area, because there's no way that you can effectively, well, you could, but it might make a mess out of your schedule, though, to ensure that they've actually taken the course where it's taught so that they can then take all the other courses where it's applied. Something along that. Is that
there are precedents for that,
does
too.
raise some issues.
But the bigger issue is the reason I really like where we're going is like I'm going to be able to go back to my history professors, and when they tell me with their writing assignments, I don't evaluate the effectiveness of their writing because that's English's job. They can't say that anymore. I mean, because this is saying you're going to have to care about the effectiveness of their writing. You know, they'll fail them for writing a poor paper, but they don't want to go through and tell them why it's a poor paper. They want to focus on the content. And this is saying you got to worry about both. And as a faculty member, I can figure out how to, in communication, even though I'm not, I don't have degrees in empirical and quantitative reasoning areas, I integrate those into the assignments, even though that content's not specific to my course. It's the execution of my content that can build the empirical and quantitative reasoning if that were an outcome in my...
To me, Russell, what we're saying is that in history, beyond that, not only do I have to be concerned about grading their papers for effective writing, I have to be concerned about teaching them effective writing skills. And if that's what we're saying, and that's the point I'm trying to make, I think it's a very different thing to say you have to grade that paper for communication skills, and you have to be responsible for teaching communication skills to those students in your classes. My personal opinion is that if you want your course in the core, we've said that these are the elements of the core. My personal opinion is if you want your course in the core, you should be doing all these.
Yep.
Now, you may be doing some of these primarily, but the rest of them had better be there secondarily.
Well, I think that's the question. And how prescriptive do we want to say all 6, or we want to say minimum? Judah?
I want to support what Larry is saying as a result of SAC's feedback at our last time, which was several years ago, but nevertheless, we presented lots of evidence that oral communication had been done throughout the curriculum, but they said, but are you teaching it in all of those places? Well, we weren't, and they said, that's not good enough. Just to require them to do it without offering instruction in how to do it was not good enough. So I think we do have to address that issue.
It's the same recommendation. That is the same recommendation that we got from SACS the last time they visited us. They said, you say you are creating oral communication skills. but where are you creating them for all of your students? And we could not say where we were creating those oral communication skills for all our students.
Isn't this resolvable, though, by directing people that are going to teach the core to get some professional growth? In other words, we just got through making a decision that those of us who were afraid of technology and were never going to teach an online class still had to take an online class. We had to be graded, figure it out, and deal with it. And so I totally agree with Larry on this subject. As a matter of fact, about a year ago, I started ranting about there's a difference in how we teach critical thinking. We need to teach them to be critical thinkers, the teachers themselves. But can't you simply set up workshops where you bring somebody in to teach critical thinking if that's important to you? And eventually you get up to muster on all 6 of these. I mean, it seems to me the institution has some responsibility here.
Well, that's where I was going to go. I don't think any of us disagree with what Larry's saying, but I don't know that that is a UEAC or a coordinating board prescriptive. I think the institution is going to have to step up and say, okay, history has got to teach communication skills. How are we going to do that? I mean,
the only problem with that, Russell, is that since I've been on this committee, we have brought people in to talk about course redesign in various and sundry things that the coordinating board or this committee thinks are really important in contemporary education. And I come from a community college where if I can go to my board and say, there's an impetus coming from the state to do this, they'll find the money. On the other hand, if I go to my board and say, we think we ought to do this, I won't find the money.
Well, but doesn't this give you the impetus?
No. Not unless there's something coming down the pipe that says that the coordinating board or a SACS or somebody thinks that's money well spent. Then I have the impetus to do the work.
Can I throw out another thought for you? What if you identify a minimum of 1 course in each of the 6 component areas? 7 component. How many is it?
6.
6.
Oh, 8 component areas.
Component areas. 8 in each of the 8 component areas that is specifically identified to prepare the students with basic understanding in each of the 6 areas. 6, what are we calling them? Sorry, core objectives.
I love that idea. I do.
Yes. And if you do it that way, then, and if you encourage and strongly advise students the first time they're enrolling in college in an academic prep program, you advise them that they should take one of those courses as a prereq to anything in the second semester.
Cheryl Peters, Houston Community College. I really think we already have our solution here, and I think that the 2 freshman English courses really carry the heavy weight of both communication and critical thinking. Most of the first of 1301 is the more emphasis on communications, but most of the English 1302s that I have seen, or what would be similar to second semester freshman English, is about critical thinking, analysis, argument, and I think that's where the content of the course is that can then be carried, throughout the rest of the history courses, the government, and I think he makes a good point that you have to have the content taught somewhere, but I really think that it's already there in most places, and it could definitely be strengthened in the freshman writing and communication courses.
I don't disagree with that, but most of our students are coming in with English already completed in the high schools. Now, unless we have some mechanism to go back down to the high schools and double check it, I like the idea that it's both in every one of these classes. You guys say you're addressing those components? I'd say that.
Jeff, Danny, Robert. I'm going to go along with Richard, what you're saying, but there's a danger here if we're going to say that, okay, English 1301 and 1302 are the most obvious places to do this sort of thing. That's one thing. But if we're going to say that because they're the most obvious, that English has some sort of ownership over this, that's a very, very dangerous idea to go to. No, English does not. And Larry, you're right that it would be important, vital for history or whoever to be able to teach those things, but I think they also do that in showing their students in those introductory classes what historians do, what it is to be a historian, what it is to be a biologist. And part of that goes towards understanding, here's what we value, here's what we communicate.
Danny.
The concern about students coming in with their courses, their English courses taken in high school, if they have college credit for those English courses, then they took those English courses from a college that was responsible for assessing their core curriculum. So I think that's a different issue from what the other things that we're talking about.
They could get them from AP or IB.
Yes. Take proficiency out.
Well, but each institution, I think, has the opportunity to decide whether it's going to accept the AP or the IB. So that's a different issue from where we think these core curriculum things should be assessed.
I think my concern could be addressed with some sort of statement that would make and we talked about this earlier, the incorporation of pedagogy into the core and the structure and teaching of the core objectives as pedagogy as well as content. I think if you're going to say that this is going to be represented in all of these areas, there has to be some sort of statement saying there needs to be content that covers critical thinking and communication skills in all of these areas. It's not just pedagogy.
Well, but here's the deal. Okay, the next assignment, the homework assignment, is to take each one of these component areas and to write the narrative that explains what we are wanting from those courses. You're going to have to build in, if we put critical thinking and communication as an outcome for communication, then when you write up that narrative, you're going to have to integrate the four outcomes into your narrative in some form or fashion, and that's where the content, that's where it will affect content.
And that's where the problem is. If the problem can be that we can say these are the most important things, but then they have no home. And they have no place in where they're really developed.
Well, I think the institution's going to have to step up on that.
Robert and Shannon.
I would just propose that you give us, as institutions, the option to decide. Let's not be prescriptive. You've told us that these are the core components, and we will guarantee you they'll be taught in our core curriculum. Critical thinking skills could be taught in every course, as we've suggested, but there could be a different level. Freshman English 1301 may talk about creative thinking. 1302 may be innovation and inquiry. We can decide that.
Well, there's nothing that we're talking about that would keep you from doing that right now.
Part of that is give us the option that if we decide to teach empirical reasoning only in mathematics, give us that option.
What about transfer students?
There you go.
Well,
what about the student that doesn't have, that takes it from your institution and only has empirical thinking, goes to another college where the student who took that foundational course had empirical thinking and critical communication skills, personal responsibilities, and teamwork, and so their level of knowledge and skills is completely different than the student who started at your institution, and so that the student who started at your institution has a disadvantage.
You're assuming that because we say we've taught teamwork, it's going to be at the same level that it's taught at the university.
No, I don't.
Ours may be a lot higher.
But I think
because we taught
if you claim that you did that, you're much more likely to have done it than if you claim that you're only going to teach empirical as opposed to any of the others.
If you teach teamwork, if you spread it out over all of the courses, and we decide to teach it in one course, and we're dedicating 14, 15 hours to that out of our instruction, as opposed to 7 that were dedicated over all those courses, we did a better job.
Only if the student took the course.
Than the university did in that case.
Only if the student took the course.
And they will take the course because it's part of our core curriculum.
Not if they transfer from you before they take the course.
Then you don't have to accept the core curriculum because it's incomplete.
You have to accept any course that's in the core curriculum.
It
doesn't have to be complete.
If the student is core complete.
No.
Think of it this way.
You have to accept any course in the core curriculum, whether the core curriculum is complete or not. If it is identified as a core curriculum at the original institution, you have to accept it as such when they transfer to yours.
Robert, both
You have to accept it, but you said earlier, but it doesn't necessarily count toward the degree.
And what of any of this is good for the student?
The idea is that the student, if they've taken a course with us, and we have decided what teamwork is, what those student learning outcomes are, that we can teach those if we decide in one course, as opposed to coming back and saying, spread it out, you must spread it out over 6.
Yes, but if the student doesn't stay, they are disadvantaged by that narrowly tailored course, having been taken and not having had teamwork spread out over multiple courses.
You're assuming that because it's spread out over multiple courses, that they have had better instruction.
No, but I'm assuming they will have had some.
Of course they've had some because it's embedded in one of our courses in the core curriculum.
But
what about the
I think we just disagree, so that's fine.
Agree to disagree.
I would just like to go back to Lynn's question. We've got to go back to this chart and go, guys, do we stick with that, or do we want to make it neat and tie a ribbon and go everything has to have 4, or can we say this is the minimum and individual colleges and universities are welcome to add more to it?
So
And
you're
I'd
asking...
like to just add, excuse me, I'd like to just add to that and just agree that there can be minimums by component area and not just an arbitrary 3 or 4 or 2 or whatever. And then maybe just look at them one by one and then just make a determination, have we truly accomplished what we all can agree to?
Yes, that's what I'm,
thank you.
So let's do that. Let's start with communication. They're proposing that we have 4 objectives tied to communication as a component area: critical thinking, communication skills, teamwork, and personal responsibility. Any discussion about that?
Can't we just simply, one of the things that Agnes said earlier, I thought that's where we were going. I didn't mean to interrupt you. If we've got the 2 up there that everybody agrees we should have, then Agnes proposed, it seems like yesterday, that we vote to guarantee those 2 and then leave some discretion after that. At least if you do that, when you transfer as a student, the university accepting them should have some sense of what they know in those areas. So are we going to go back to 3 and 4 and so forth?
No. What I suggested is at least those 2. But somehow the other 4 have to have it in there. Because otherwise you're saying that, well, just take the first 2 and forget the other 4. So I want to see the other 4 somehow to be on there too. Now, it may only appear once or twice, just like Janice said, but I want to go one by one to make sure that at least they are covered. Because right now, every single one appeared at least 3 times. So that's a good start. So I want to do what Janice suggested, is to go one by one and go, are we okay with including those 4 for communications? Or this is teamwork, should it be part of it? And then we agree on that and go the next one and so on.
And then once we go by component area, then I think we need to look at it holistically, because there are messages.
Right.
There are messages in the chart as it now stands that we may want to communicate, but we need to make that decision.
Do we have enough discipline and expertise around this table to make those micro decisions?
I don't think that the core objectives are...
Look, before you straddle a discipline with it that's not suitable for that, I would think that's important.
Well, but I think we just got through saying, and I heard you say it, that really these should be, they should be taught in every core class. That's the reason they're core objectives, is because they're linked to every core class.
If you'll teach a class in it, yeah.
Well,
Bill, there's no way that an advisory committee statutorily limited or any other way limited to 24 members can represent all of the discipline competence.
I agree. I just wondering if today was ready to do it.
But we've been tasked by the coordinating board to make recommendations that will then be put out to everybody in the state. Anybody who has a dog in the fight will get to growl.
Okay, good enough.
Okay?
Michael?
There's one point, if I might speak for mathematics for a moment. I think many institutions have simply a 3-hour mathematics requirement, and the person has a 1-course experience. Our introductory mathematics, we have invested a lot in our mathematics laboratory to assist students. Students are expressly prohibited from collaborating with each other in that class.
No teamwork there.
I'd like to support that statement.
Well, it's not, teamwork's not in there.
Teamwork's not in math.
I know, but some people suggested that maybe it should be, and from my perspective, that's the reason it's not.
And there may be some other institutions that would want to add that.
And they would have that flexibility.
And that would be fine.
But we're saying at a minimum. Dick, and then we need to...
Well, I'm just thinking that when we did our small groups, we came up with this chart, and I thought we reached agreement on the chart saying that we should try to do all, but at the bare minimum, the chart represents what we should be trying to do.
Yes.
And it will give it balance. To take a look at what Bill was saying, if we could take that chart back to our campuses, get feedback from the disciplines to see if they're okay with that, bring back whatever your assignment's going to be, we could get some bit of feedback. But I think we've got close to consensus on that chart.
The only concern I have, and again, I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that we understand the message going out is going to be critical thinking, communication skills are really important, and we've come to consensus about that. Then it's going to say social responsibility is also really important because it's in 5, whereas the other 3 are in 3.
If we're going to take these one by one, I would say in communication, which where we're starting, social responsibility should be added in communication.
Which gets back to our table over here that was arguing that social responsibility should be integrated in all 8 of them. Personal, okay.
Mr. Chairman, again, going back to the beginning mathematics course, for some of us at the community colleges, that's one course. That's 48 contact hours. It's an ideal to teach all of these things in beginning mathematics, whatever it is. It's just not realistic. It just is not realistic.
I disagree with you vehemently.
I don't know where you're going to find the time, but I'll have to vote against it.
You run the risk here of having the minimum become the maximum. And I think that's one of the purposes for us doing this thorough review.
But is it a high-quality core curriculum? That's what I want to know. If you're putting 3 and you think there ought to really be 5, what's the quality core curriculum going to contain? I mean, is 3 enough? I mean, is that really what we're saying? Is that's good enough? I mean, well, maybe we should have really had 5, but 3's good enough. I mean, that's the question I want to know.
You can ask
with the 3-hour math class, I understand, and I think the 3 that are up there, look good. I mean, I'm with you.
You can ask the same thing about...
I think you can have social responsibility and personal responsibility in every single one. Because if a student doesn't turn their work in on time, they're going to fail. And that, to me, is personal responsibility. If they're talking in class and they're making disruptions, they're going to get kicked out of the class. And that sounds like social responsibility, too. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can incorporate.
You're talking about class procedures now instead of content.
I understand. I'm just...
Yes. And the other is there's a point in there where you lose the quality of the math course if you overly emphasize the quality of the core curriculum.
I would argue that you might actually improve the quality of the math course by having it be applicable by developing the reasoning skills and the critical thinking skills beyond just memorizing.
Those 2 are already in there. We agree that those, but all 6?
No. Nobody said 6 should die.
Nobody suggested all 6.
Well, my understanding when we started was that truly all these, you could justify them being in everything, but each group looked at what they really thought it was, and that's what it was. I think the social responsibility may have come up with 5 because we are mandated to keep some of those content in the areas in there, like history, government. So it makes more numbers, not necessarily that it has to be more duplicative. So.
And if there are more courses, I'm sorry.
Agnes.
That's right.
If there are more hours required in one of the, there are more hours required in one component area other than another, shouldn't there be a greater opportunity for more of the core objectives to be incorporated?
And we're mandated to do that because we're right now keeping all the content areas. So that makes it look like it's more.
Well, I personally, because I love that objective, I think it's wonderful and relevant that it's more. I just want us to know that when we vote on this, that a message will be sent. I think that's an appropriate message that needs to be sent, but it's a message nonetheless.
I think we already walked through it to say just what we think belongs. There'll be lots of opportunity for comments across the state. That'll change the numbers, but let's see if we've got something we can put out as a straw document.
And going back to that again, in communication, I would say social responsibility should be added to communication, so that you would have 5.
Anybody want to argue that it shouldn't be in there?
Order.
I think the definition.
What is the motion on the floor?
There's not a motion. We're going through each one of these things and we're trying to come to consensus. When we do, then there'll be a motion and we'll vote up or down on it.
Can I move we vote up or down on it as a whole?
Yeah, we are, but we're going to go through each.
Point of order, yes, you can make a motion that we vote on it as is on the board now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure.
I'd like to make that motion.
A second.
We have a motion and a second that we, as a committee, vote on and approve the chart as it was developed in our small groups.
The entire chart?
The entire chart.
The entire chart.
Any discussion? Can I have a point of clarification? Once we do that, then next we meet, we have an opportunity to bring more material back and reopen and amend it if we have some serious objections, or it's today finale?
I think it's final, but just like anything we've discussed, I mean, as a committee, Bill, you could bring something back and say, I want to make a motion that we reconsider this decision.
But it's not an absolute final decision.
Right.
Or, as Catherine is suggesting, you can make a friendly amendment that we approve this, and then with the understanding that when we come back with comments from our colleagues, that we'll have a further discussion.
Do we have to friendly amendment?
So accepted.
I propose the friendly amendment that Russell just stated.
Okay, and the amendment.
So accepted.
Yeah.
Gene, would you accept that? Okay, so we're voting to approve the chart with the understanding that after we get feedback from our colleagues, we will discuss it further. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Could we have the chart sent to us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we'll post all this
we'll
on
make
the
sure.
website, too. All of the materials that we created today, and I'm going to say this with great hope, will be up on the UEAC website, and I'm going to show that to you in just a short moment when we're done. All the materials, which will have the core objectives and the PowerPoint slide, and our lovely chart here, will be on the UEAC website. Please know that it has to be approved by about 2 million people before it gets to the website. That's a tad of exaggeration, but it will be up as soon as possible.
Why did she look at me?
Just seems
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's only a million and a half. I'm one of the.
Larry Abram from UT Austin. So I'd like to suggest a possible modification to the structure of the chart so that instead of one X in each box, there'd be the number of X's that represent the number of courses, because when you try to figure out how it's represented here, you say, well, are they equally represented? But right now you're doing it by areas, but really some of them have 2 X's and some of them have 3 and some of them have 1 or whatever, and that might be a better way to think about the relative balance.
I think at some point we'll get, but we're not to the course-specific elements yet.
Well, at some point that will be necessary.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that was.
One other minor suggestion, Josephine, to you would be that in those blank spaces, we put the word optional, so that it doesn't appear that it's not required at all, but it's a choice.
Me likey. Okay. We're going to put you back in your group, and I know, scared you. And then we're actually going to come back and we have some additional items that we have to discuss, and I want to talk about Phase 2, which is on our PowerPoint as well.
What are we doing in our group?
We're just quiet.
Teamwork.
That's what we're going to do.
What are we doing in our group, Russ?
I'm going to tell you right now.
We're going to give you homework in your group to work on the narrative paragraph that describes each of the component areas that you were assigned. And we have, like...
Okay, you all are familiar with the existing, we all have it memorized by now, Assumptions and Defining Characteristics document that had the now discarded basic intellectual competencies, discarded perspectives, discarded exemplary educational objectives. Everyone can cheer again for 2 seconds and then we move on. And part of those, the component area part of that document where the EEOs were listed, there is a brief prose narrative description of the component area as it exists in the current core curriculum, not the one that you're proposing. And what we need to ask you to do is to review that prose description and then, thinking about the new component areas that you were just discussing, we need you to write a new and much more relevant narrative description. Lucy, can you show us where that is?
I will be happy to. Unfortunately, I can't be in 2 places at once, so I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. If this is the coordinating board website, and if at the end of it, and you'll see with the magic powers in just a second, if you put a /UEAC after it, it'll take you to the beautiful UEAC website.
Which is beautiful.
Ta-da! And it's just that easy. We've put up here meeting summaries for the last year. We've put up information about the projects that this committee has completed that are not core curriculum in the last year. But we've also got a lot of the documents that are working documents for the committee that are in process, particularly to those in the webcast audience that are still with us, and we acknowledge your grit and stamina. These are works in progress. We will have something on the website very soon to tell you what official votes were taken today. And so you can follow this process along. Lucy's going to go now to the Assumptions and Defining Characteristics document, I think.
Catherine, can I ask a question about the UEAC webpage? Is there a quick link on the directory to that? I haven't found one.
No.
When you do a search on the coordinating board website,
the search function isn't real good.
UEAC does not come up at all.
No, it does not.
That's why we're telling you how to get there.
Right. I'm saying for other folks that don't know that, it might be good if there was a quick link or in the directory, or it was searchable and you could find it.
We know that our IT powers that be are, I think, working on improving the search function for our website. We're not them.
I would like to show you another way in case you might want to direct people in this direction. There is another way. It's not very pretty, but you can follow along.
We are in academic affairs. It'll take you there. Then into academic programs. See, already I'm lost. And then under that you have advisory committees. And in there you'll find UEAC.
4 clicks.
Or you can put /UEAC.
We are trying to develop critical thinking skills, so
I'm not sure that's 3 clicks away from the home page.
It is not 3 clicks away from the home page.
I don't think the students are going to be looking for UEAC.
So can you walk us through the...
What we have on the page, yes.
Well, just go to the...
The bits you need, yes, absolutely. Obviously, we have all the general information at the beginning, where we are. These are quick links to center of the page for 2009-10 projects. Current core curriculum information is where you're going to be looking for your assumptions and defining characteristics. And that will take you to the lovely site that's got even more links on it. And here we are under the core curriculum, assumptions and defining characteristics in here. Woo. And that gives you the descriptions that they were talking about.
Which are gone.
The now discarded stuff.
Discarded. I love it when
No more competencies, no more perspectives, no more EEOs. They voted those out in November. Yes.
These are the points that I believe the leadership would like you to review to get ideas of where to start for your descriptions.
So what you're going to do in your subgroups is say, for the component area of communication, you're going to create a paragraph narrative that will guide the courses that are selected to fulfill that component area.
What you see there is what is in effect right now, and I should backtrack, McGregor reminds me. We are still, until the coordinating board acts to approve any recommendations from this committee to change the core curriculum, this is still the operations document. And for anyone that's doing core curriculum evaluations or preparing SACS materials right now, yes, basic intellectual competencies, perspectives, and EEOs are still in effect for the existing core curriculum. The proposed revision would discard these things in favor of the core objectives.
When will they be going forward to the next level?
We expect the next meeting of this committee in early June, and we do have a date selected that we're going to talk to you about in a few minutes. We are pretty confident that we won't finish up all the crossed T's and dotted I's and get through a comment period in time to bring this to the October board meeting, although Lucy and I have proposed to do a progress report to the board in October. What we'd like to do is have this wrapped up so that we bring the proposal for a revised core curriculum to the January 2011 board meeting. And that proposal would include things that you all are going to have to determine in June and August or September, which is how long the period should be for institutions to work with their faculties to make these changes and get them approved by coordinating board staff, and then what about a year to implement them. Those kinds of decisions are a couple meetings away yet, but all of those recommendations will need to be taken to the board in a package.
So when you get in your groups, you are going to, you can, and we're not saying that there's anything wrong with this, you just have the option, if you're in the mathematics group, to look at the narrative paragraph. And we would encourage you to look at this narrative paragraph, but we want you to ensure that a course that fulfills the narrative that you create develops a breadth of knowledge that's specific to the content in that area, that component area. And to look at this resource, but to look at the AACU, or the AACU, to look at discipline-specific standards. You know, there may be accrediting agencies that have, so you don't have to create these in a silo, but we're not also telling you that you have to ditch that. If you think what is there is already perfect, then you can so choose that. But at the next meeting, your homework assignment is to bring a narrative paragraph for each component area back for us to consider as a body.
And we'd like you to work in the groups that
you
worked in before and work on those component areas. What we wanted to do is give you a few minutes now to put together your work plan for how you're going to communicate with each other and how you're going to meet this assignment. The date that we're proposing for the next meeting is Friday, June the 11th. So tell us if there are big conflicts, please.
So get in your work groups. You got 5 minutes to kind of develop your work plan, get connected to each other, and know that you're not limited to the resources of people that are just in your group. You can pull in whomever you want to pull in for executing this particular homework assignment.
Even better. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. If we can legally...
Lost here about 1 o'clock. This was pre-planned before we talked to you, Bill, but we wanted to talk about phase 2 and once we get this proposal completed that's within the framework, I think we need to be talking about and thinking about what phase 2 would look like. And there are some issues that we want you to already be thinking about and talking about. One is guarantee transfer and applicability of the core. Like we might need to discuss different kinds of tracks or foci for courses that would lead, a core that would lead to STEM majors.
And we described this morning. We talked about this.
McGregor did a much better job of explaining it than I did. We want to talk about the concept of a block core where, maybe reducing the number of hours to 36 and saying that there's no double dipping, that the core is the core is the core is the core, and giving those 6 hours to the majors to say, okay, now you got to figure out how to get your double dips out of the core so that there is true transferability, and that if they're at Cisco and they're transferring to any other institution, they can't get there and the institution say, well, I know you completed these 36 hours in the core, but to be a business major, you had to take this other core class and you didn't. That's just something we want to talk about. Can we go there where it is truly a core that doesn't get double dipped on? We had also talked about like senior level capstone or capstone course. We need to at some point talk about the institutional option. At the next meeting, we will address, now that we have the component areas, we will have a conversation about the hours that make up those component areas within the 42 to 48 hour framework that we're within. And I think that'll be a riveting discussion.
Get a lot of sleep the night before.
You might want to put a rivet in your head when it's over with. But
do you want to talk about the unique needs courses?
Yeah. Agenda item 2E is not really anything that we need to vote on, but this is information that you as an advisory committee need to have and need to be thinking about. So this is an information set of items. We talked with you a little bit last time about the voluntary transfer curriculum for mechanical engineering, that compact. And this is something that the board has approved. It's something that is voluntary. It's not required. But for those institutions that are participating, the curriculum is fully transferable and applicable to a mechanical engineering degree plan. And we have, I think, 17 universities and 7 or 8 community colleges now that have voluntarily signed on. That is the vast majority of universities that offer baccalaureate level mechanical engineering. It isn't everybody, but it's most. As part of that process, the advisory committee that developed the transfer compact pulled together what in essence were disciplinary teams of faculty from colleges and universities that would participate in the compact, and took faculty from the math department or from the physics department or from the chemistry department and said, take a look at the way you're teaching Chem 1 and Chem 2. These are required for mechanical engineers. They're also required for chemistry majors, for a lot of other majors. We want you to develop a description and some essential student learning outcomes for that course so that students that transfer will be able to guarantee not only that they've completed a course, but what that means. Okay? So the math faculty that teach calculus got together and determined the description and outcomes for calculus. We've included in your packet some of the comments that came to the Lower Division Academic Course Guide Manual Committee, the ACGM committee. They were asked, the meeting before this last one, to approve for inclusion in the ACGM these descriptions and essential student learning outcomes, understanding that institutions and individual faculty would be free to add additional learning outcomes, but that this was kind of the bottom line for that course wherever it was taught. The ACGM was reluctant to approve these without a comment period, so they sent this out to all and sundry, and we've included those comments that came back as they were compiled for the ACGM meeting that happened just a couple of weeks ago. Essentially, it appeared that the administrators or faculty councils, the groups, thought this was a pretty good idea. And they had some comments, but nothing that was earth-shaking. They were pretty affirming. Faculty, when they made comments, and there were fewer faculty comments, I think, were very exercised about, you're going to take away my right to teach the course the way I want to teach it, and that's an academic freedom issue, which, among other things, spurred us to go back and uncover, and this is bureaucratic archaeology at work, the coordinating board in 1967 adopted a statement on academic freedom that was taken up the next year by AAUP and some other national organizations, and has kind of worked its way into the lore at JSTOR and a couple of other places online as one of the quintessential documents on academic freedom. And it addressed things like the ability to teach and do research without being unduly biased to produce a particular outcome. It had to do with the employment path for tenure and tenure-track faculty, and the ways that a faculty member could be dismissed or not. But the idea was, in the ACGM committee meeting, the question came up, what does academic freedom really mean? And in a state like Texas, and particularly with public institutions, community colleges, universities, and health science centers, how do we balance the overall needs of students to be able to move freely among institutions and be able to know and demonstrate the knowledge and skills that they bring with them so that the system works well? And how do we balance that with the faculty members' ability to determine the material and the presentation and pedagogy that that faculty member employs? And after a substantial conversation, the ACGM committee was sufficiently satisfied and did move to and voted to adopt the proposed descriptions and essential student learning outcomes for the courses in the Mechanical Engineering Compact, and those will be included in the ACGM. We expect that process to continue with other similar compacts. We're going to probably be developing them for a lot of other engineering and STEM disciplines first. After that, we'll be looking at other disciplines where this would be appropriate, particularly disciplines where there are elaborate prerequisite structures. And if a student gets derailed on that structure, then they're derailed into a much higher likelihood of excess hours and other things they would rather avoid. So when we are talking about the things we've been discussing today, I realize I probably should have done this information item earlier in the day, because it's the small group's belief that when the ACGM process is completed, there's going to be a more specific set of outcomes at the course level for community colleges that will in fact influence and affect the way those lower division courses are perceived and accepted at universities in transfer, and will probably in some ways affect the way that lower division courses at universities are structured as well, simply because this kind of thing tends to have that sort of influence, whether it's mandated or not. So we wanted you to know about that, and we wanted you to know that we can, it's a 19-page document, it's posted online. We could probably send you a link, or we could, if you ask us to, attach that document if you haven't already seen it, so that you can look at the descriptions and you can look at the learning outcomes. And again, these were not developed by engineers looking at calculus or engineers looking at physics. They were developed by the faculty in the departments that teach those courses. Okay? The other thing that we needed to communicate with you about is that as staff, we have been looking at the phenomenon of unique need courses at community colleges. University folks and those in the audience, for the academic courses, there are two ways that a community college can be authorized to offer an academic course, and I'm talking about academic as opposed to the career technical courses that appear in the workforce education course manual. These are generally courses that go into the applied associate degrees for workforce preparation, and they're generally not considered to be transferable into academic programs, although that is a permeable barrier that is becoming more permeable and less of a barrier as time goes on. The academic side, a course can be listed in the ACGM, and that allows any community college to elect to offer it any semester, or a community college that has a specific need in its community, its service area, can apply to offer a course for which that college can demonstrate a unique need. And the unique need courses are listed at the Texas Higher Education Data website under course inventory, along with the ACGM courses. The WECM, and the WECM equivalent is what's called a local need course. So we have these two manuals that approve courses that everybody can teach from if you're a community college, and then we have unique need or local need. One of the issues that we've been looking at is the fact that a lot of colleges think they're teaching unique need courses, but if you look at what's approved, a lot of colleges are teaching the same course as a unique need course. So we want to look and see, are there courses that are being offered as unique need that really should be in the ACGM? And the other thing that we're looking at is the fact that in the last iteration of the core curriculum rules, there was a provision that unique need courses could be part of the core curriculum for a community college. We've got an issue with this because a unique need course is generally a very local and specific purpose course, and in order to get permission, a community college must demonstrate how that course will transfer to a specific receiving institution. So it's a much more unique situation. To allow a course like that to be placed in the core curriculum of that community college gives it, in essence, the same status to be transferable all over the state as a course in the ACGM. And we're not certain that that's a wise thing. So I need to let you know that staff is revisiting that concept. And we may, I don't know this yet, this is all staff discussion, but I know that we're taking a very detailed look at unique need courses and their function, how they've been approved, where they've been approved here at the coordinating board, what that process has been. So again, this is an information item. There's nothing to report in terms of any decision that's been taken, except that we're going to be scrutinizing this, and there's a sense questions are being asked here about how is it that these can be core curriculum courses, because it seems to be not in keeping with the original intention of a unique need course.
Thank you, Catherine.
How'd I do? I think I did that in one breath.
Catherine mentioned that we would be happy to send you the mechanical engineering compact, which we are more than happy to do. It's also available on our website.
I knew it was.
Under in
Under Academic Affairs, in Academic Programs, down the bottom of the page, under Projects and Topics. So it's right there for you if you'd like it to.
Under what, I'm sorry?
Projects.
And Topics. And if you haven't looked at it, I encourage you to do so.
Well, I think today has been intense and important and exciting and frustrating. I'm reminded of a philosophy that I hold dear, that in many cases the process is as important as the decision. And so while the conversations may linger longer than we wanted to, or may be frustrating in their repetition, I think we have to have the open dialogue that we've had today so that we can truly support the decisions we voted on. And I think we've made some important decisions today. Your homework will be important in moving us forward into the next step as we start to wind down kind of a formal proposal for revising the code that fits in the current statute and coordinating board interpreted rules, and that we need to, starting at the next meeting, also be thinking about phase 2 and how we can talk about things that will need legislative action. I'm so impressed with this committee and the insights that you bring and the participation that you have has made this a much better outcome than I think we could have dreamed of as a work group. And I think we owe the work group and our assessment personnel and Agnes and Larry a lot of gratitude in helping us move forward as we did today. So thank you all very much. We'll see you June 11th. Anything you want to add?
No, just thank you, and I think we really accomplished a lot today and really moved the whole project forward. So I appreciate all of the input and insight and help.
We'll make sure that we send you out an email early in the week that includes the prose narratives from the existing document. Keep in mind that we really don't want to create more essential objectives for each of these component areas, but we've got to have something to talk about and what should be here. So this is extremely important work. Whatever your committees come up with, subcommittees come up with, I'm sure it'll be wordsmithed by the whole group next time. So come back for more fun, and thank you all.
Thank you all for the work you're going to do between now and then, too. The meeting is officially adjourned.
Yeah, you too.